Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it's June 27, 2023 at 4:32 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader. Here. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. First up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move adoption of the agenda as published.
Motion second to adopt the agenda is published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Have a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. First item up is item 15, which is the Meridian Mayor's Youth Advisory Council quarterly update. Say, I don't know who, I'll turn it over to you for starters.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, good afternoon. As the advisor for the Meridian Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, it's my pleasure to introduce two bright and inspirational students who are going to present some updates on the various activities that MIAC has been a part of over the past few months, as well as a roadmap of what lies ahead. Before I do that, though, since we have reached the end of another school year, I just wanted to provide a few MIAC statistics that present some of the milestones that we've uncovered over the past school year. In the period between September 2022 and May 2023, our MIAC held 16 general council meetings. Our MIAC engaged with 24 guest speakers who presented either individually or as part of a panel or as part of a tour. And our MIAC completed over 20 service projects. The average number of attendees at those general council meetings was 33 students, and that's an increase from our average in the previous 2021 to 2022 school year, which was in the low 20s. Our MIACers this past year collectively completed just over 2,200 hours of volunteer service. That's 2,200 hours in a wide range of projects, everything from Rake Up Meridian to being in charge of the decorations for the holiday helper event that the United Way does, to putting on another Meridian senior prom at the Meridian Senior Center. Just a wide variety of events that they've had a lot of success with. And these really wouldn't be possible without the incredible hard work of our executive council officers. These are the students who are elected by their peers every spring and entrusted with the task of steering the group and making sure that they maintain their focus throughout these meetings and projects that they have. So we have two of those executive council members here this afternoon, one who's familiar to you from past presentations and one who's brand new. This is her first time. So today we have Kurt Robbins, who's our outgoing MIAC chair, meaning graduated MIAC chair, but also socially outgoing as well. Kurt has been the MIAC chair for the past 2 years and just last month graduated from Renaissance High School. So this will be the last MIAC update you receive from him. We also have Valeria Avila, our incoming MIAC communications coordinator. So one person who's about to leave and one person who's brand new and coming in. And finally, just because I enjoy embarrassing them, I want to mention that Kurt and Valeria, like many of our MIAC students, are heavily involved in our community. They're doing 1,000 things at once, like so many of the other bright students in Meridian. And while they do all of these things, they're still maintaining the highest possible standards for themselves when it comes to their schoolwork and their academic performance. And last week, the West Ada School District released the superintendent's list, and that recognizes West Ada students who completed the year with a high GPA. They either get highest honors, high honors, or honors. And Kurt and Valeria were both recognized with the highest honors, meaning they ended the year with a GPA above a 4.1. A 4.0 isn't good enough for highest honors. It has to be a 4.1 or above. That's incredible, and it is an honor for me to get to work with them. So I hope you'll enjoy hearing a little bit more about what MIAC has been up to from Kurt and Valeria. Come on up.
Hi, you guys. Thank you so much for having us. So I'm Kurt. As Sahan said, I graduated this past May. I'm going to be an incoming freshman at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. So I'm going pretty far.
Hello, my name is Valeria Avila, and I am still going to Renaissance, and I'm going into my senior year.
Okay, so to kick us off, I'm going to be talking about government affairs. Okay, so the first thing, one of the super fun things we did in this past period since February that we last presented is we had an urban planning workshop. So the executive council actually got experience with this group and doing an urban planning workshop in the AIC from the summer of 2022. And we had a ton of fun. Basically, you're given Legos and you have to build a functional like city couple of blocks. And renovate it and find out, make a mission statement, figure out what you want your city to look like and come up with a plan. And so we were able to work with Urban Plan to make a sort of abridged version of that project that we could have at one of our meetings. So that was a ton of fun. Kids were split into small groups and we got to make our own little city blocks. So next, as some of you hopefully know, we had a city council panel where we invited city council members to answer some prepared questions, and then also some questions that students had while you were all presenting. This was something that we had 2 years ago. Everybody really likes it. So of course we had to do it again this year. That was a huge success. Next, so we came up with a way to incorporate the mayor's My Meridian podcast into our meetings by encouraging our members to listen to the My Meridian podcast so that they could score high in My Meridian Cahoots that we had every week on each of the episodes. And the person who scored the highest got a little prize. We had like some gift cards, things like that.
So now moving on to community service. So AIC reached out to MIAC and said they had funds from the Office of Drug Policy. And so MIAC reached out to MADC to see if we could partner with them and create a volunteering event and help with drug prevention. And so we created these drug prevention packets where they included a little pamphlet to raise awareness, and as well as a drug test, as in case kids were tempted to do drugs, then they would be like, oh no, my parents have a drug test. So it was kind of an excuse and they would be able to resist drugs. And we created over 500 of these packets and they were distributed at many events. And then for Do the Right, we had two kind of activities we did. So we did chalk art at the front of the City Hall building, where we did inspiring and uplifting messages in order to bring positivity to the world around us. And then for this, it was warm hugs. And so basically these bags were filled with corn that could be heated in order to pretty much give a warm hug to someone and resemble that warmth that someone can give you, and it had a little kind message to give positivity to others. And so this was our senior prom, and there went a lot of planning into this. Kurt can probably attest to this. And I would say for those of you who went, it was really fun. It was black and white themed and many decorations, as you can see. And I know the seniors had fun.
Yeah, this is our second year of doing a senior prom with the Meridian Senior Center, and it is just so much fun. Kids love it. The people at the Senior Center love it, and it's a ton of fun to be able to decorate and plan out. You can see we had it all catered. So that's just a really important, super fun event we do. Okay, so now into some leadership development. First of all, we had a MIAC Classic, Mad City Money. So this is like a financial simulation event where students are paired up, put into like a couple, and you have to go through and budget for clothes, food, children. If you have them, you're given different salaries. And you can see me there. This year, I was the fickle finger of fate because the mayor was gone, unfortunately. So I got to go around and hand out good things that would happen to people where they'd get money, and then bad things where they'd have to spend money. This is a super important and fun event because it shows kids what balancing a checkbook is like. It teaches you the difference between credit and debit, and also just like what real world consequences are if you say buy a cruise before you buy groceries. Okay, and then we had our executive council elections. So this year we had 14 general MIAC members run for our 8 positions, which was super exciting. part of the election process is that everybody has to give a speech and then we do a vote in our meeting. It was super awesome. A lot of great candidates and a great council this year. Then we had our end of year recognition party. At this event, we put together a couple different awards for MIACers who have like stood out throughout the year. So I know we have an award for who's the most likely to be the next mayor of Meridian. We have best community service, like most involved in government affairs, asks the best questions, because we just really want to celebrate our MIACers and the hard work that they do, even if they aren't in the executive council.
And so this was the AIC conference. Sadly, Kurt could not attend, but 5 out of our new 8 executive members were able to attend this event. And in the middle is a picture of our service project. We replaced new wood chips on the Veteran Memorial Park, and I thought that was really cool experience. We also played this Jenga game, which pretty much we have a bad apple in our teams always that can deter from pretty much our us being able to progress and productivity. And so by every like bad apple situation, we would have to take out a Jenga, and this made our team more unstable until we would ultimately fail if the bad apple was not fixed. So that's what that simulation was pretty much representing. And also for the Meridian MIAC, we were able to win an award for our senior prom at AIC. And so looking ahead on what we're going to do this next year. So in July, we are planning to do an all-day executive council training to create more bonding experiences such as AIC. Next, in August, we want to continue planning from last year's of the Friendship K and try to get more recruitment from different schools. Right now, we have a lot of people coming from Renaissance, and we are trying to engage and get more people to come from other schools. So we're trying to go to the West Data registration fair, as well as high school welcome fairs around each different homeschool, and also having our MIAC kickoff in late August and being able to meet all of our new members. In September, we'll meet regularly, start meeting regularly for our MIAC meetings. And I'm pretty sure we have this every year, the Treasure Valley Youth Safety Summit, where we learn about alcohol and how it is dangerous to drive behind the wheel and alcohol, and how it like it really damages our how we see the world around us, as well as pretty much mental health and other stuff like that. And then in October, we'll continue with our MIAC meetings, and I'm pretty sure we also do this every year. We do the trunk or treat, and we are able to see our community. Any questions?
Thank you to our award-winning MIAC, and I'll start just by going directly to Councilman Kavanagh, because he was very inquisitive of our MIACers when he was at AIC this last week, and I know he loves to engage. So Councilman Kavanagh, any comments or questions?
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of questions, more comments, I guess, than questions. One, great report. Just appreciate every time you guys come and give us an update about all the things you're doing. I love this year, you're kind of forecasting where you're headed next year. Kurt, I just want to commend you. You have been just such a positive force for good in our youth council. It's been a real pleasure watching you grow and mature, and just you've always been such a fierce leader for our community. While I get that you're going, I don't know why, to the other side of the country. They have a term, they're called boomerangers. I was one. We leave, we go, and then we come back. And I really hope that after you have found ongoing educational success, you come back and continue to make a big impact in our community. People like you are needed, and I sure appreciate getting to know you. Council, let me tell you real quick. I had the chance, to Mayor's point, have dinner with our executive council at AIC. And to anybody who ever says, oh, we've got to be worried about the next generation, I just would encourage them to have like 10 minutes with our youth council. I was exhausted just by listening to all of the things that they accomplish. And Valeria, I'm excited to have you on board with our executive council, and I'm really looking forward to this next year. And then just maybe one more comment for council, because I think it goes without saying. I'm very fortunate that some of the youth council heard me at dinner. I served in a role where I was an advisor for MIAC many, many years ago. And we've had a lot of really, really talented people who've done a very good job in being that advisor. But from my opinion, Sahan, you have just elevated this role in terms of organization and the impact that they are making. You are leading this group so well. And I want to thank you for your positive impact. Often the ones that are doing a lot of the work behind the scenes aren't the ones that always get the accolades and praise. And so just on behalf of the council, Mayor, you just do a great job. And I'm so excited. I'm bullish on our MIAC. I'm excited to see what happens next year and the years to come. So thanks for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Councilman Kavner, and you'll get your thank you note in the mail. Those kind of comments to the MIAC, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I've said this before, if there'd been something like this when I was your age, I would have loved it. Taking government and having an incredible government instructor my senior year completely changed the course of my life. So I was thankful for that. And I'm glad that you have incredible mentors that are leading you in the direction that you're going. And public speaking, is something that will never fail you. And I would have been as scared to death to stand there and do what you're doing. So I just want to say, keep going and keep, just keep bettering every day, every week, and you'll have an awesome future. I had the opportunity to do the urban plan workshop. It's actually taught by a good friend of mine, and it's harder than it looks. It's awesome. So I would encourage you guys to keep doing that every year if ULI is willing to do that for you. It's an amazing team building and prioritization, I guess, exercise. So I'm glad you guys had fun with it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kurt. Best of luck to you in your future.
Thank you.
And I know we'll see you around on return, and Valeria, look forward to this upcoming year.
Thank you.
Thanks. With that, we'll move on to item 16, which is a public hearing for program year 2023 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. We'll open this public hearing with comments from Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as you said, we're here for the PY23 action plan. I'm trying to get it up right now, sorry. So this one is the one that will go from October of this year to September of next year. When we put together our action plan, then it's based on the information that we find in our 5-year consolidated plan. And that's the document that identifies our community needs and develops the goals for the upcoming 5 years. So we're currently in the second year of our plan, and it's from 2022 to 2026. The action plan is the annual one that we submit that tells exactly what projects we're going to be funding to meet the goals that we identified. And it also acts as an application to HUD for our funds. So we make sure that we are involved in the community when we are planning these documents. And this year for planning, that before we started with our action plan, then we had a public hearing. We were before you on April 4th and the 18th, and we were in the community on the 8th, trying to get feedback from the community on the public services that they wanted to see. And then right now, the draft action plan is open for public comment from June 15th to July 15th, and we are having our public hearing tonight. We also consult with stakeholders on a regular basis, and we've requested feedback on the action plan. So this year, this is what HUD is saying we're anticipated to receive. And of these funds, about 11% is going towards admin and fair housing activities. 15%, which is the cap for public services, is going to go toward that. And then the remaining amount will be split equally between infrastructure and housing projects. So with the fair housing and admin funds, then that will go towards a fair housing campaign, general administration, and then we're working on putting together a housing study that will help connect developers with different incentives that will help them, will encourage them to create units that are affordable to all of our residents. For public services, we have 3 projects. The first one is Jesse Tree's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Boys and Girls Club Scholarships is another one. And then for the first time, we're going to be working with Faces of Hope for victim services. For our housing projects, both of these are with NeighborWorks Boise. One is the homeowner repair program and then also home buyer assistance. And we're doing something a little bit different with our public facilities and infrastructure funding this year. The scoring committee recommended a walkability project for our low mod areas. And this is a 4-year project, so it will take up the funds for this section for the rest of the con plan. And we're working on an analysis to develop priority needs based on the project scoring criteria listed here. It's based on demand, and under the demand category, there's the walkability index, proximity to schools, proximity to parks, proximity to public transit stops. And then under infrastructure, it's sidewalk continuity, ADA compliance, and under safety, they are looking at levels of crime, crash history, and street lighting. So we're really close to being finished with that document so you can review it. So by the time it's finalized, you'll be able to see it. But they were able to give us the top 2 projects, which are the ones listed here. The first priority is the one that's highlighted in red. And with this, it's to construct a sidewalk on Northwest 2nd from Broadway to Meridian Elementary on the west side with 1 infill light per block, and then sidewalk on the east side from Broadway to Pine. We also include an alternate project in case we have some funds that we need to reallocate, or if this project falls through or something, and that is the one in blue. And this one would be a sidewalk on Northwest 3rd from Broadway to Pine and sidewalk from West Broadway from 4th to 2nd.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. Thanks, Crystal. I just wanted, while you're on that one, I just wanted to ask a question. It was really just to make sure and confirm that the 178,000 is for the projects themselves and not just for a walkability study.
Oh, no, those
Wasn't, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. You are correct. That's for the project themselves. This study is, we're using some admin funds from this year. So it will all go toward that.
Got it. And how much was the actual study itself?
We budgeted, I believe, 20,000 for it, but right now it's around 10,000, but it's not complete yet.
Got it. And how does that work with admin funds? Is that just like general funds that were left over that you just reallocated, or how did that work?
We do set aside funds for admin every year,
Mhm.
and we set some aside for planning. This is something that we've been looking into, how we can improve the walkability in those areas. And so we did set it aside specifically for this. And so it was designated for that.
Thank you.
So as far as next steps, as I mentioned, the public comment period opened on June 15th, and tonight is our public hearing. And once that's complete, then I'll ask council to close it. And then the public comment period will close on July 15th, and I will submit the final report and resolution to you on your consent agenda on July 25th. And then by the end of the month, I'll submit it to HUD. If anybody has any questions or comments, they should direct them to me, Crystal Campbell, at ccampbell@meridiancity.org, or they can call me at 208-489-0575. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
thank you. Crystal, can you go back on your slides to, let's see, keep going. Okay, the next one, it has the total. That is less than in previous years. Can you talk to us about why that's been lessened? And then I have a couple more questions and some following slides.
It's based on several different criteria, and one of them is the number of low-income households we have. And so they didn't give me an exact breakdown on why it was lower this year, but it's anticipated that that's why, because we have higher incomes in our community and less percentage of low to moderate income.
Thank you. Can you go to the next slide? Just a comment on this. I couldn't be more excited. I appreciate the time that you have taken to chat with me about this, and I'm really excited about the toolbox that is going to be created for our community. And I wasn't aware after our conversation that this is actually coming into to be realized. So that's awesome. I have a question about the categories or the dollar amounts in both of the categories. If you could go to the next slide. So if I remember in your memo, it was either in your memo or it was in the plan like the actual full text of the plan. Jesse Tree had higher amount in there. I want to say it was like 47,000 and some change, very specific amount. What has changed with their request?
Actually, it was an error on my part. It was in the memo to you guys telling you how much it was, the recommendations. And I had put in the wrong amount. I put a 4 instead of a 3. So when I was putting the slide together, then I realized my mistake. And the action plan should show the correct amount.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, may I continue? Thank you. So do you have any idea how many requests this will fill for Meridian residents, this amount? Did Jesse Tree give you that information?
Yes, but I cannot remember off the top of my head how much it is. I believe that they usually budget about 3,000 per household.
Okay,
I believe.
so it's just a one-time assistance.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next slide, if you would. And then the similar question on the home buyer assistance, that I assume that's for like a second position for a down payment or something. That seems like it would maybe not even fulfill one small loan. So is that all they're anticipating is one family to be, or one household to be helped?
They had only applied for one household, but they had applied for a higher amount. However, they do have some funds left from 2 years ago, and then they have some left from last year as well. So the scoring committee decided that since they do have some of 2 years worth of funding, that we would just give them a smaller amount. And if they are not able to use the funding that they currently have agreements with, then we will use these funds toward the homeowner repair.
Okay. And with the homeowner repair, is there a limit per household?
It's up to $25,000.
Okay. Okay. That's great. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just on that, with the home buyer assistance, I mean, we have found that they can't really be used, right? Pretty consistently, like a couple of years in a row. So are we required to allocate something toward that, or could we just reallocate all the funds toward something else?
We can, it's not a requirement for us to do that. The scoring committee does keep choosing to do that, but we have been able to use it. We were able to use it for one house last year. And then the way that I said it with NeighborWorks, it was a little unfair to them because we reallocated some funds. And so they just received the PY21 funds probably 6 or 7 months ago. And so then they had 2 years because of that. So it wasn't because they had it for a year and weren't able to spend it. So far this year, they have been able to help one household. So they have, in the past 2 years, they've helped 2 households.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Just thinking out loud, and I apologies because I know we have a committee and we have a whole process that we usually go through, but it does feel like we may have an opportunity that we didn't have on our horizon, which is in 4 years, we know that there are some residents of a mobile home park that are going to be running into some real trouble with having homes that can't be moved because they don't meet certain standards, with trying to move into affordable housing. And I guess just thinking out loud, I'm wondering if maybe the home buyer assistance could be allocated toward helping, that group specifically with some pretty specific needs, because it feels like unless we come up with a solution, there are at least a portion of the people in that mobile home park that unfortunately may become homeless. So I'm just thinking out loud, but I'm wondering if we couldn't, allocate this home buyer assistance that's not used into something more specific to help a very targeted population. Just if you have any feedback on that idea.
Mr. Mayor.
Can we get Crystal to answer the question?
I didn't know if that was directed to us or to Crystal. So
I'll start with Crystal.
So you mentioned that it's 4 years down the road. So I'm not sure exactly when the plans that you had would be, but we do have some timeliness requirements. So we do need to spend our funds each year, not all of them. Some of them can roll over. So we need to keep that in mind. But depending on what it is, then I think that we should definitely have conversations around that. And maybe next year we do include something like that in our plan.
Well, there's nothing to prevent them from accessing these funds or trying to access these funds now if we let them know that they're available for that purpose in that regards,
Absolutely.
at least currently. Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate at least the vocalizing out loud, Councilmember Strader. I think it's a good conversation. I want to maybe just reiterate a couple of things. I share Councilmember Strader's concern about the ability for these funds to be spent, but to Crystal's point, keeping these dollars in was a hotly debated and discussed item amongst the committee. And so I think this is kind of striking that middle ground between kind of recognizing there's some challenges, but also continue to support what the committee wants. I think to Crystal's point, maybe over the next year, some fleshing it out with NeighborWorks or with another housing agency to maybe be a grant recipient specifically designed to help these people make sense. I think we're probably a little late in this particular process to have it be beneficial, but I think what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense for maybe a fiscal year 25 request.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Crystal, would those individuals that Councilwoman Strader referenced need to go through an organization that would manage the funds, so that they need to make an application to, and then that organization would need to apply to for the CDBG grant? Or I assume that's the process, that not that they would come to us individually and ask for those needs. And then who would it be possible for you to direct them to an organization that might be able to help them go through that?
You are accurate that we would likely not administer a program like that on our own. I'm the only staff member, and that's not necessarily my area of expertise. So I don't think I would do the program justice if they were to come directly to me. So we would look for a subrecipient that we could work with to do that. And unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with everything that this complex is needing. And so I don't have any brilliant ideas off the top of my head. So I would love to talk more about that and see who we could get to help out in administering that program.
Any additional questions for staff? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
If there's anybody in the audience who would like to provide testimony, if you would like to come forward at this time or online, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand. Also, we have requests from staff to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing for program year 2023 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Okay, thank you, Crystal. Next item up is item 17, which is a fiscal year 23 budget amendment of 32,000. Turn this over to Mr. Lavoy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and appreciate you giving us time to present this budget request to you. As the document stated, it's a budget request for $32,000 for fiscal year 23. The request is for $25,000 this fiscal year for fiscal 23 to conduct the audit that is referenced, and there's a $7,000 ongoing as well. I placed the $7,000 in there because we're in the budget development process right now for 24. So if I get it in now, then I can get it into the 24 budget, then I'll present that change to you on Thursday. So it's kind of placing the $7,000 today to get into the books on Thursday's 24 books, because this audit is not just a one-time thing. This will be a forever thing. So we're going to need the auditor to continue to conduct this audit for us. The 25 grand should cover fiscal 23. 7 should be the ongoing needs that we estimate, that we project we'll need for this same audit ongoing. Again, we don't know what we don't know quite yet. These are estimates, and as soon as we figure out what we do know, that we can make the alterations in 25 and 26. And the audit firm will only bill us what they actually charge us. So again, I do have our audit partner here, Kevin Smith. He is here to answer any questions. So again, this is a new mandate put put upon the municipalities to have implemented onto our fiscal 23 financials, which we're in right now. So when Kevin and his team is here on January, he has to deploy this mandate into our financial audit reports. Hence, we're standing in front of you. Hey, can we get some funds now so we can get this done by October 1? So this portion of the audit is completed to some extent. They'll have to do continual audit when they get here in October or January. But this is here to stand in front of you, say, asking for funding for audit services by Eid Bailey for the standardization of financial reporting for software accounting practices. So again, happy to answer any questions. We do have our audit partner here to answer more details because he has more information than I do. But we are here to help answer any questions for you on this mandate by the GASB team. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
really appreciate it that you guys are on top of all this, because I know there's constant changes in that world. Just curious, what prompted this? What kind of transparency issues were happening with government's reporting related to software fees? Just an overview, maybe not too much detail.
Council Member Perogue, and I do have the GASB 96 overview here for you. If you really want me to read it by in verbatim here, it says to establish a uniform accounting and financial reporting requirements for subscription-based information technology agreements, which improves the comparability of governmental financial statements and enhances the understandability, reliability, relevance, and consistency of information about subscription-based information technology agreements. What does that mean? That's a fair question. I'm going to lean towards Kevin to see if he has any other reasons why the governing board said that we as an agency in the city of Meridian or state of Idaho have to report on these. Do you have any more information other than that general overview?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kevin Smith, audit partner with Eid Bailey, and just to give kind of brief explanation of what this is, and go back to 1 year prior, we had a new pronouncement, GASB 87, which related to leases. And basically in the GASB world and the for-profit world, what the pronouncement was saying is they want all these leases put on the balance sheet so that everyone can see them as an asset and a liability on the balance sheet. So more clear to the readers. This subscription-based pronouncement is very similar. So they want all the subscriptions that are related to software to be reported on the balance sheet rather than just being expensed in the income statement, over years. So again, it's just to bring it out more clear on the balance sheet, and then it'll be disclosed, also in wording of kind of what that is. And so there's a process that we have to go through, and we don't know exactly, as Todd said, how many subscriptions there's going to be, but there could be over 100. There could be 100 to 200. Some of the other municipalities that we have worked with, it has been that number. So it becomes very material to your financial statements and significant. And so there's a process of getting those all recorded. And there's a software that we are licensed with that inputs them. We have consultants that input all that information from all the agreements. And that's kind of how we come up with a proposed fee in that budget amendment.
Any other questions? Okay, so just blame IT again. Sorry, since Dave was here and he loves talking about subscription services. Then council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the budget amendment request for the 2023 budget in the amount of $32,000 for the GASB 96 audit.
Second.
Motion a second to approve item 17. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Overton. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh. Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to item 18, which is a fiscal year 23 budget amendment amount of $175,000 for citywide phone replacement system. Mr. Teedy.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
As you noted from the memo, we are looking to replace our citywide phone system. This is a system that we have implemented years ago at City Hall and then continue to grow over time to many other city facilities. We received word from our Mitel partner that this phone system is being phased out and we are given a great opportunity to move toward their new platform. Moving there when we choose to, which hopefully is now, saves the city a significant amount of money, $200,000. And from our point of view, seems like the best direction forward for a city phone system, considering all the other options out there, including hosted services, solutions, different providers. So this was the best direction that we found. Doing this or transitioning to this new system will require us to buy new handsets. That's the bulk of this cost, roughly $125,000 if I recall that correctly. There are also other costs associated with moving to a new backend, professional services, dollars, et cetera, included in this. So this was originally presented as an FY24 replacement item. If this is approved as a budget amendment, we will remove that from the FY24 budget and proceed with this sooner. The reason why we want to do it now is because it gives us more time to transition all the city departments over to this new phone system. We're kind of up against a wall a little bit with our carrier and provider on the back end phone system right now. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Morton.
just real quick, Dave, can you give us the snapshot of a process used to pick this vendor and product?
Absolutely. So this original system that we have was a ShoreTel system, and that was purchased through an RFP process years ago. We have part of this transition now is Mitel bought ShoreTel out. They were doing things with this current product line that we're on, and they decided to phase that out. So when we got word of that, we started looking at options. We looked at other systems that are similar to what we have, including Cisco, Avaya, some of the other big providers out there. We also looked at hosted provider options. So as you know, Teams or Vonage or whatever, there's lots of different options out there. One of the concerns that we had is making sure that we keep the total cost of ownership as low as possible, including ongoing expenses. So as you probably know, many hosted services are ongoing operational expenses. And when you have an office of 10 people, it looks pretty reasonable. But when you have, I think we're up to, I think we'll end up with nearly 500 handsets. The costs are much more substantial. And so that was one of the reasons why we chose to go this direction, why we think this is a better solution for the city overall, is because it will keep those operational costs much more manageable and still allow us to use newer technology. So I won't go into the details of all the different providers we looked at, but there was a decent amount of them.
Councilman Morton.
Yeah, just really was more focused on just the process. It wasn't an additional new RFP, for example, that was issued to gather the data. It was more internal gathering of the data.
Correct. It was research on our part and talking with different providers and other customers' experiences as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Dave, I remember when we rolled out ShoreTel in 2008. I know you're talking about the back end. All the stuff that's going to really be in your backyard. We're looking at a substantial different phone set process for new employees, current employees. You know, when we did that ShoreTel stuff, people, it was pretty tough. Understand how to do stuff.
There are certainly differences on this system versus our current system. However, at the end of the day, it is a phone. You can dial out, you can pick up and make calls. When it comes to some of the other features that are additional bells and whistles, such as software, such as using the phone from your cell phone and having it be your city cell phone or your city number as opposed to your personal cell phone number, those are additional things that we will need to do training on. And we do intend to offer training to city employees as we start rolling it out. Again, with doing this approach, how we're wanting to phase it over the next 6-ish months, it will allow us to do that more gradually, department by department, as opposed to trying to get it all done in one shot. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So the hardware having to be replaced sort of confuses me. Why is that necessary? Like, why can't the existing hardware be used?
The existing phones or
Yeah.
handsets.
Yeah.
That is simply a limitation of the equipment manufacturer at this point. So it would be nice if they would offer the flexibility to allow our current handsets to work with their new system. But quite frankly, they chose not to do that. And there is no other provider that will actually allow them to work.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
And if we continued to use ours, then what exactly would happen? Like at some point it'll just get disconnected because they don't support it, or how would that play out?
There's a few factors there.
Okay.
The first one is yes, we will lose support for that, which is a problem when we have problems or when we need to do something. But the other component of that that's probably more lingering over our heads at this point is our current system is to a back-end copper-based PRI system. So it's old technology that has been used in the telecom industry for 100 years. And many carriers are starting to phase that out because the federal government had mandates in place that required them to keep pricing and keep those things available to consumers, to businesses for the last 100 years. And those laws are going away. They've started going away, and carriers are starting to charge whatever they want for that. And our current provider is actually moving off a copper-based system right now to a fiber-based system and telling us, you're going to move with us and we're going to charge what we want. And so in doing this, moving over to this, we'll be able to move to the new IP-based way of handling back-end phone communication, which will also set us up better for the future.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I appreciate the context. I mean, newer is not always better, right? Like sometimes some of the analog works perfectly well. And it's unfortunate that we need to do this. I guess my question would be, if we adopt this new system and we buy new headsets and handsets and everything, do they guarantee that those will be supported or functional for a minimum amount of time? Like, when do we run the risk of that becoming obsolete again?
I honestly think that at this point, we have a pretty solid understanding and relationship with them, and they will continue to support the system in the long term. I can't guarantee, or they can't guarantee, that that's going to be the next 50 years. But I will stand in front of you comfortable, say 10 to 15 years, maybe even 20 is reasonable. We were pretty lucky getting 15 years out of our current phone system. We had actually planned to replace it this year, which we went back and forth and changed gears on that a few different times because we were trying to get more life out of our system. So I feel pretty comfortable saying 10 to 15 years minimum. But there is no guarantee from the manufacturer at this point.
If I could just add to some of the benefits and values, some of the things, it's just a start. I think we've eliminated 50 handsets roughly.
I think we're up to 65.
65. So as the new generation is more comfortable with not being tethered to a cord, we could eventually have no handsets in the city over time. If everyone has, I don't have a city issued cell phone, so handset is where I'm going to go towards as compared to using my own phone during the day in that regards. But there are ways of some of these costs may dwindle over time. Again, the benefit of technology I use, in that regards, if they were $50 phones, that would even be better, but they're not. So we're trying to do what we can. I just want to say on our end to reduce the cost of more handsets. And I want to let Dave talk about how we're buying the handsets, but we're finding great efficiencies in that process.
Another thing I would mention is we have a local partner here in town, DataTel, that we work with on our phone system currently, and they have gone through great strides to provide a very good discounted price for these handsets. So we're talking more than 50% off of list price on them, which is substantial and pretty good. I mean, fantastic deal.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
can you just refresh my memory as to how much they are per handset?
Great question. I
I could,
I believe the one handset is roughly $330 per handset.
$100,000 roughly for the hardware. And 500, it's like $200 a piece. Give or take. Okay. Just want to understand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
last time that you were here talking about IT updates, subscription models, whatnot, you gave the impression that sometimes the city doesn't get a very timely, I guess, notice of companies that are no longer going to continue their service. So was this one of these things that we knew that they were going to discontinue servicing the product? Or did they, let us know this just recently? And how are we going to kind of manage some of those concerns in the future?
So Mitel provided ample notice on moving or their direction to phase out our current phone system. They reached out to us through our partner last year. It was after the budget process had gone through and started. But at this point in time, they also offered incentives to move to their new platform. So we do have a lot of notice and time to move over. But on the flip side, the back end part of the phone system, they are able to give us a discount of 100% to start transitioning now. And then add in the fact that we have a carrier that is saying, hey, you need to flip over between those different things. We're like, this is the time, as opposed to waiting towards the end of life, because there is time before their end of life. I believe we still have another 5 years, if I remember right. But again, all these things stacked up was why we needed to move forward sooner than waiting for that to happen.
Mr. Mayor,
That's one Pro.
do they typically make offers for discounts within a certain time frame as like a marketing strategy? Or why are they putting a deadline on this offer to the city?
I cannot say exactly why they do that, but I do know that it is a pretty common practice in the technology world where they are attempting to help us move forward into the future with their technology, as opposed to, letting us kind of stagnate and then have to find another solution.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we approve the fiscal year 2023 budget amendment in the amount of $175,000 for citywide phone system replacement.
Motion and a second to approve item 18. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Morton, Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you.
So council, we have 2 items left on the agenda. I know there is a desire for the executive session to get going. Vincent and I have already talked, and he was prepared to do a video update to council if we didn't get to it today, and provide an opportunity for questions, and we can have him come back. Part of the reason is he's going to be on vacation, so it'll be over a month before we can get him back on the agenda if there are follow-up questions for council from that perspective, between our not having meetings and him being gone. So we are prepared to do that. The question is, do we want to move on with item 19? Is there time at this point in time with everything else? I'm not sure how long that conversation is going to be.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
if council members don't have heartburn over waiting on the McMillan Road discussion, I know it's something we want to have, but we do have a lengthy executive session to discuss, and possibly may even have to carry over to Thursday, depending on what happens in this discussion. It sounds like it may have to, even if we go, but maybe not. So if Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cameron.
Caleb, what's the timeline in terms of any head nodding or kind of coalescence around anything that you would need to provide to other folks? Do you have a timeline on that?
Mr. Mayor, Council President, Councilman Cavanagh, I can simply send council a draft letter I have for your consideration. This is a little time sensitive. It does have to do with the State Highway 16 corridor construction. We're already kind of behind the 8 ball with timeline, so I could come back next week, couple weeks, or whenever next meeting is, but I can simply just send you a draft letter to review. If you're so inclined, authorize the mayor to sign it. But again, a little time sensitive.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe a suggestion, and again, I don't know in terms of process if this works, but if Caleb could send us a letter, we have the chance to review it over the next 48 hours. If we feel there's a need for a conversation, then tack it on to our budget hearing on Thursday. Potential item that would make sense for everybody.
Works for me.
Okay. That way, if needed, and if not, we can just move past that item.
Mr. Neri.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Cavanagh, I would suggest if you want to do that, simply just add that to the agenda today for noticing purposes, because that isn't really something you can add at the last minute technically. So if we want to just add it to the agenda, Mr. Johnson can amend the agenda to add both a potential executive session as well as this discussion item.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just some feedback on the strategic plan piece. I don't love that this would be the second year in a row that we're doing a video presentation. I think that this is really important work and would suggest that if we need to wait a month, we wait a month and find time at the appropriate time when Vincent is back and has a clear calendar. And it just feels like it's too important to just skip over it.
Okay, then Vincent, I guess enjoy your vacation.
Vacation's off.
We just want to make sure you guys get the information timely. That's really kind of the main point in that regard. So, but if you are happy to wait, we are happy to wait as well. Okay. With that,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206A1A.
Have a motion, a second, to go into executive session. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Strader.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will move into executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we come out of executive session.
I have a motion and a second, come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we adjourn the work session.
The motion to adjourn the work session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting order. For the record, it is June 27, 2023 at 6:08 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader is somewhere. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
I'm here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Tonight's community invocation will be delivered by David Rice. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Our Heavenly Father, as we gather tonight for the city council meeting, we give our thanks for our favorable circumstances. We're grateful for the freedoms we enjoy as citizens of this country and of this state. We express our gratitude for our armed service men and women who have secured these liberties for us, and express our thanks for our first responders who devote their time and their abilities to keeping them safe and helping maintain the safety of our community. We ask thy blessings upon the proceedings this night. We ask thy blessings upon the mayor and council, that they will have wisdom and discernment to best represent the best interests of our community. We ask thy blessings upon those who present, that they will do so effectively, that all relevant material be presented and considered. We are mindful of those in our community with need, and we ask thee to bless those of us who are in a position to provide assistance, that we might know where and how we may do that. And these blessings we ask and thanks we offer in the name of thy Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Next up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, you want to sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, no signups.
Okay, then with that, we will move on to action items. First item up is a request from Robert Taylor for connection to the city water and sewer systems outside of city limits. And it's order, Mr. Raddick.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and this is a request. We've seen a few of these in the last year. Mr. Taylor has a well on his property that has failed recently. And he is, although the request says outside city limits, Mr. Taylor's address is 3840 East Overland, which is right across from Silverstone. Water and sewer are available on Overland Road. And in fact, a water service and a sewer service were brought to the property in 2004 as part of the road expansion project. So water and sewer are ready to be served to the property. He has explored a replacement of the well and found that well drillers are 3 years out from being able to get work done. So the only practical alternative for him to get water is to request it from the city. He could annex now and just hook up to water and sewer. The request is made so that he can get working on getting the hookup as soon as possible and then work on annexation. So we'd like to expedite the process of getting him back into water to his residence. And Mr. Taylor is, he doesn't have any comments for city council beyond the background that I provided, I don't believe, but he is available here in case you have questions for him.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Questions for staff or Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
question, I guess then Kyle, and that's the part where I was somewhat confused is eligible for annexation, certainly sympathetic. Let's make sure this individual gets access to water and sewer. But that is contingent upon a annexation request to come at a later point in time. Just help me understand, again, we want everyone to annex in, but if we grant sewer and water is often the carrot that gets people to come and annex in. So help me understand what that process looks like.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, this is a process that's pretty much laid out specifically in code that if somebody wants to hook up outside of city limits, that we make an agreement with them. And so we allow them to hook up to water and whatever's available, in this case, water and sewer, both available. And we have an agreement, which is the next item on the agenda. And that agreement will require Mr. Taylor to pursue annexation diligently. In fact, I think we put 60 days in the agreement. So everything's going to happen here. We're just letting him hook up to water and sewer first because that's the most important thing.
Certainly the need, this letter definitely articulates that. So thanks.
Council, any additional questions for staff or would like to hear from them? Taylor? Yes, you would like to hear from Mr. Taylor, Councilwoman Schrader, or, okay. Taylor, if you're here, would like to come forward. If you can just probably state your intentions so the council hears it directly from yourself.
Robert Taylor, would like to request access to Meridian City water and sewer.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Mr. Taylor, and you're in agreement with the extension and the annexation process to do so. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So council, would you like to move on to item 2? Okay. Next up is item 2, agreement for extension of domestic water and sewer service outside Meridian city limits at 3840 East Overland Road.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the agreement for the extension of domestic water and sewer service outside the Meridian city limits at 3840 East Overland Road.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item up is item 3. I don't know if we're supposed to open it or just continue it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
Councilman.
Mayor, I was going to say we cannot open it due to the hearing or noticing deficiency.
Okay. So.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Just to explain for folks who might be here for this public hearing, there was improper noticing on this request, and we are going to reschedule this item to our July 18th hearing date. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I move we continue the public hearing for this item H 2023-005 to our July 18th meeting.
I have a motion, a second. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued to that date. Next time up is item 4, which is a public hearing for Ring Neck Place subdivision. We will open, which is H 2023-0009. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The applicant is here to discuss their project for Ring Neck Place subdivision. The applications that were submitted are annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. The site consists of 1.39 acres of land zoned R1 in Ada County located at 2315 East Ustick Road, consisting of 2 parcels. The history on the project is none. The comprehensive flume designation is medium density residential, and the summary of the request. The applicant proposes to annex 1.73 acres of land with an R8 zoning district. The property is within the city's area of impact. A preliminary plat and conceptual building elevations were submitted showing how the property is proposed to be subdivided and developed with 9 single-family attached and detached dwelling units and 2 common lots at a gross density of 5.84 units per acre. Proposed lot size range in size from 4,237 to 5,332 square feet. The proposed use and density of the development is consistent with the medium density residential flume designation. Single-family detached and attached dwellings are listed as a principal permitted use in the R8 zoning district per the UDC, and future development is subject to the dimensional standards listed in the UDC. The proposed preliminary plat appears to comply with the dimensional standards of this district. Access is proposed from East Ringneck Street, from East Verado Avenue and East Ustick Road. Direct lot access from East Ustick Road is prohibited. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing curb cut to East Ustick Road on the site as depicted on the preliminary plat. An emergency vehicle turnaround is depicted on the plat over Lot 3, Block 2. The intent is to remove the turnaround to accommodate a single-family residential home once North Lapis Road is extended in the future. The applicant has proposed to landscape this parcel and it to be used as a common open space for the development and so until such time that North Lapis Road is extended. Off-street parking is required to be provided in accordance with UDC standards for single-family dwellings based on the number of bedrooms per unit, and staff will confirm compliance with these standards at the time of building permit for each residence. A 25-foot landscape buffer is required along East Ustick Road in accordance with the UDC. The landscape plan depicts a 30-foot landscape buffer along Ustick Road due to the milk lateral easement. Staff finds that the landscape plan should depict less lawn and a wider planter bed with an additional mix of variety of shrubs, mulch, and other vegetative ground cover in accordance with the UDC. East Ustick is improved with an existing 5-foot wide detached concrete sidewalk abutting the site in accordance with the UDC standards. Staff is not recommending that the sidewalk be replaced with a 5-foot detached sidewalk. The applicant is proposing 5-foot attached sidewalks on both sides of East Ringneck Street and Lapis Avenue. Staff recommends that the applicant replace the gravel area in the parkway area with vegetation in accordance with the UDC and remove the driveway and replace the curb, gutter, and sidewalk per ACHD standards. Underground pressurized irrigation water is required to be provided to each lot within the subdivision as set forth in UDC. The second common lot proposed on the east side of the site is planned to serve the pump station for the proposed subdivision pressure irrigation as depicted on the preliminary plat. The corridor for the southern user ditch is to be piped for the southeast corner of the existing exit location into the Verado subdivision to the west. Conceptual building elevations were submitted that demonstrate what future homes in this development will look like. Variations of single-story homes with a 2-car garage are proposed. The submitted elevations depict a number of different architectural and design styles with field materials of lap siding, stucco, different color accents, and roof profiles. Staff recommends that the applicant add additional stone or brick accents to the front of the homes to provide more of a variation of materials and a combination of various colors for each unit. The applicant shall submit elevations for the single-family detached home with the design review application. The final design of the structure is required to comply with the design standards listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. Commission recommendation of recommended approval. Summary of the commission public hearing in favor was Chip Gallagher. In opposition was none. Commenting was Chip Gallagher. Written testimony was Christy Mangel about increased traffic safety and need for noise mitigation. Key issues were none. Key issues discussed by commission were none. Commission changes to staff recommendations was none. Outstanding issues for city council is none. And written testimony since the commission hearing is none. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Stacy. Council, any questions for staff? Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good evening. If you state your name and address for the record,
Adamson,
and you're gonna have to choose a mic and
Kent Adamson with River Ridge Engineering. I'm the applicant's representative. Mayor, City Council, thank you for picking up our proposal. I don't have too much more to say than what Stacy said. She's thorough and done a great job with the project. We have, when we started this, we went through several iterations on this plan, probably 4 or 5, to try to mitigate the concerns for access to the site, and in the future, they wanted access to the east and to the south, and with the small project, it was kind of difficult to get all that in there. But we came up with this plan here that fits the bill for everybody. We've worked really hard with ACHD in the city to make this work for everybody. We've also worked pretty hard with NMID to get the irrigation where we think it should be, and because they have their lateral at the south end of the project, and it goes through this and over to Verado, and we got all that taken care of. The frontage and all that, the access, we've worked that out with ACHD also in the turnaround. So with that, I'll take any questions that you guys may have.
thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, sir. Are you in agreement with the changes recommended by staff to the landscape plan?
Yes, we are.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anything set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, anybody that signed up did not mark they wanted to speak.
Okay. Is there anybody present or online who would like to provide testimony on this item? If so, if you could come forward now or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant waves.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we close the public hearing on item 4.
A motion and second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
seems like a straightforward project, nicely done, I think, for an infill, especially considering the connectivity to the streets. So I would go ahead and move, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, to recommend approval of file number H 2023-0009 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 4. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you and good luck. Next item up is item 5, which is public hearing for 4th Street Books Pearl House Collective, H 2023-0010. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant is here to talk about their project for 4th Street Books. The application is a rezone. The site consists of 0.157 acres of land currently zoned R15, located at 909 Northeast 4th Street. There is no history on the property. The comprehensive flume designation is Old Town. The summary of the request is the applicant is requesting to rezone 0.157 acres of land from R15 to Old Town to operate a retail use for a bookstore on the subject property with an ancillary outdoor patio. 4th Street Book will sell both new and used books and offers a micro cafe concept, which includes a small selection of coffee, tea, beer, which is canned, and wine with an outdoor patio. The applicant will also be promoting local authors and artists through their curated workshops and activities. The proposed 800 square foot bookstore will be located in the downtown area within the Meridian Urban Renewal District. The building, which is over 100 years old, and was renovated in 2004, is slated for further improvements to meet city code requirements, enhance the customer experience. The front porch and patio area will be expanded to include an ADA ramp and more seating with outdoor patio predominantly utilized during the warmer months. 4th Street Books intends to participate in downtown Meridian activities such as Art Week and Meridian Main Street Market while promoting library and creative programming throughout the Treasure Valley. Due to the close proximity of neighboring residents' properties, staff acknowledges the potential for noise to travel and also received public testimony regarding the noise and use from adjacent neighbors. To host any outdoor events, the applicant is required to obtain a temporary use permit from the clerk's office that is valid for 160 days per calendar year. Once the adjacent properties develop into commercial uses in the future, the applicant can apply for a conditional use permit for an outdoor entertainment activity space. The proposed hours of operation would be from Tuesday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., with the bookstore likely opening with a reduced schedule of Thursday through Sunday, 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. for the first 12 to 16 months. Access is provided via public street parking on Northeast 4th Street and an alleyway located on the north side of the property. The existing home has a driveway off the alleyway that contains 1 employee parking stall. This is currently no off-street parking on the site. Customers can walk, bike, or ride the bus as another option to bypass parking availability. Parking is available to customers in the nearby public parking lot adjacent to the Masonic Lodge located between 2nd and 3rd Street, approximately 2 blocks away. There's also on-street parking available along Pine Avenue, Northeast 4th Street. Staff recommends that the applicant install no parking signs along the alley. The applicant has provided a parking plan with all available parking within 1,000 feet and has used Old Town alternative parking methods from the UDC as a guide to addressing the parking issues. The applicant is proposing additional landscaping, a small selection of shrubs and ground cover around the proposed outdoor activity space to reduce the noise in the adjacent residential district. In order to help alleviate any undue noise and light disturbances to the nearby residential uses, staff recommends the landscape plan be revised to include additional landscaping along the western, southern, and eastern fence line. Staff recommends that the applicant incorporate columnar trees and other taller shrubs around the fence line in addition to the shrubs and ground cover proposed on the landscape plan to help mitigate concerns raised by adjacent neighbors. All existing fencing will remain in place and no additional fencing is proposed to the existing fencing. The existing fencing shall meet the UDC standards. Conceptual building elevations and perspectives were submitted for the existing bookstore structure as shown. The building consists of existing siding, fascia trim, asphalt roof shingles, and new composite deck with a railing and ADA ramp. The only new additions to the structure are the front entry and the back patio for outdoor space. The proposed elevations are not approved with this application and will be reviewed with the design review application for consistency with the design standards and the architectural standards manual. However, full compliance with the ASM standards is not required based on the limited scope of work that is going to be done with this project. Commission recommended approval and took action to approve the withdrawal of the CUP request from the applicant. And the summary from the commission public hearing. In favor was Ashley Busini, Chelsea Major, and there were also other people speaking that were excited about the bookstore. Melissa Baker, Josh Cummings, Marshall Major, Nick Grove, Anna Marino, and Lisa Black. In opposition at the hearing was Tom McGoldrick, Becky Logue, Merton Logue, Leonard Cunnington, Neely Larson, Judy Larson, Shelby Ugariza, Renee Yerby, Sharon Taylor, Nikki Miles, Vonda Yerby, Shara Kleiner. Commenting was Ashley Buzini and Chelsea Major, which is the owner. Written testimony, we have multiple written testimonies under the public comments for the proposed project. Key issues that were discussed with the commission hearing were concerns with parking availability for residents serving beer and wine and noise, traffic concerns with children playing in the neighborhood, neighbors concerned with the possibility for increased theft and crime, concerns regarding large events with possible food trucks, concerns with Pine Avenue designated as a planned commercial arterial roadway. Key issues of discussion by commission were the surrounding area still remains mostly residential and has not yet fully transitioned into Old Town. There are concerns regarding parking, noise, and the absence of garages for most residents in this area. Commission changes to staff's recommendation is none. Outstanding issues for council is none. And written testimony since the commission hearing, there are 18 written testimonies under the public comments, and they're all in support of the proposed project. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Stacy. Council, questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant like to come forward? If you say your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Chelsea Major, 1029 Northeast 3rd Street. Meridian.
Ashley Bazzini, EV Studio, 725 East 2nd Street, Meridian.
Very delayed.
I can, sorry, can you let me use the mouse real quick? Okay, there you go.
There we go, fantastic. And thank you, Stacy. I know you gave a really detailed kind of examination of what has been gone through so far. And thank you all for being here tonight. I know this is how you spend most of your time, and we appreciate you. So thank you for being here today. I'm here to just give a little bit more background to what our bookstore is and what we've done for the last year and a half, as well as to speak to the vision going forward. And then Ashley will be here as well to answer any questions related to some of the changes as part of this project. So 4th Street Books started out as Pearl House Collective, named after my grandmother. I am a Meridian citizen. I live off of 3rd Street. The bookstore is planned to be off of 4th Street. My husband Chase, with his family, is here as well, and he is a longtime Idahoan and went to Ambrose and Cole Valley as well. We're very, very intimately connected with the community, and we're very excited to be here today for this next step of our project. We started this bookstore in 2021 as a novel model bookstore. I spent a decade in corporate America in finance. I have appreciated a lot of that experience, but I also recognize that it was time to, as we all, I think, reevaluated in the last couple of years, come back to what was true to me. My mother was an English teacher. I grew up reading. So we started out as a pop-up concept because it was really something that we could handle from a cost perspective and from a trial and error perspective. We carry my books around. I go to different events today, vintage markets, breweries, hidden gem events, holiday events, and really just bring my books out to the community. So it's a lot of physical labor today. Last year, we partnered with Truffles in downtown Meridian to establish a micro bookstore. So we have a curated selection of Idaho authors and related books, especially ones on like camping and hiking for summer. And that's really how we do a lot with the local community today. We run a monthly book club, we discuss books, and we've done a lot around the recent challenges we've seen with our library system in Idaho. So we do a lot to advocate and to educate the importance of reading, the importance of literature and literacy. And then in the last month, we actually helped co-host our first night market. So we partnered with the Roosevelt Frontier Club, as well as 15 plus artists and makers to have our first night market where we could come in and bring more community and culture into downtown Meridian. So this is what I do. This is a lot of who I am. So looking forward, we really want to take this to the next level. Every time we did an event, the question was always, wait, you're a bookstore, where are you? Right? So we looked around, there's a lot of really great places in Treasure Valley, but we wanted to be here in the heart of Meridian. So we acquired a 4th Street property with the goal of making it a community space, not only to be books where you can purchase them, but also where you can hang out, where you can be there and thrive. So we will continue to partner with new and emerging artists and makers like we do today. We partner with a local literary nonprofit, the Backyard Artists, which actually promotes a lot of authors that are up and coming. So again, just, we're really trying to bring something in that's not big box. We're not trying to compete with Amazon. We're not trying to be a Barnes & Noble. We're trying to be an intimate, curated space that fills a need that our community has asked for. We have, done a lot of research in relation to the existing plans, both in terms of like destination downtown Meridian and the Meridian strategic plan. It's very nice light reading, highly recommend it. But, looking with that in mind, wanting to continue to align with those goals, making this a place where people want to live, they want to work, they want to be here after work. I'll also speak a little bit around how we're honoring our local history. I know that there wasn't a lot of history about this property, and I was lucky to uncover some of that along the way. And then, as I mentioned before, we really want to have a space out back where during the nice summer months, fall months, that we can have book clubs, readings, open mics to read poetry, to try out something new that you haven't actually submitted for publication, that sort of thing. I know Stacey already spoke to some of the changes that are going to be done, but just want to call out again the ADA accessible ramp in the front, adding additional seating. And then in the backyard, thinking much more like Oktoberfest style benches. So really, really thin, narrow benches where people can come in, they can sit down, they can drink a coffee, they could get a beer, they can read a book. And then we also have a small basement, which would be employee access only, as well as along the side of the property having storage space, which is kind of that gray, darker gray on the left side here. In the interior, we have really tall ceilings. Really cool benefit of some of these older homes is we can do floor to ceiling books. So we're going to do that in the main front room. We're actually kind of opening up that front bedroom and opening up the wall space, so it's a bigger walkthrough. We have seating when you come in, as well as we'll still have bookshelves that are kind of stacked above those seatings as well, next to the windows. So the really nice big windows that you can see into 4th Street today. The bathroom, ADA accessible, and then the back pop-up room I just want to call out because it doesn't look like there's a lot of shelves, and that's because those are mainly going to be floating shelves where artists can come in, bring in their artwork. We can have rotating artists sharing their work, having it available for commission, that sort of thing. So it is much more of a flex space based on that need. And the cafe, again, would be serving really primarily beverages, so coffee, tea, beer, wine, canned drinks, and then bringing in local pastries. So not looking at bringing in food trucks, looking at smaller, like I go and pick up loaves of bread and things in the morning, and that would be available through the cafe. I just want to speak briefly in relation to parking. So we did a little bit of a study over the last, really from the end of April through middle of June, just collecting photos of this area. So again, I walk this route often. It's, like I said, 1.5 blocks from my house. And we just took photos to see, how much space is actually available on Pine throughout the day. What we saw consistently is there are about 15 plus spaces available on Pine between 2nd and 5th Street. And then we also are working with the Meridian Gathering and Resource Center, which is off of 3rd Street in Pine. And they have about 8 to 10 public parking spaces as well. They're not open most of the evening. So they're actually really okay with us leveraging their space as well. So I wanted to call that out. Additionally, there's still, the parking that we use today off of Idaho, off of Maine. The line of thinking again being, we don't want you to just come to the bookstore and leave. We want you to either live in the area, walk to the bookstore, ride your bike to the area, or to stay a while, have a dinner, hang out, be here. And this is just kind of that illustration today of where the project is, that street parking along Pine. Additionally, we have public transportation. So as you should know, the new Pine 30 route is available throughout the day. They're expecting to continue to expand that, but right now they have Monday through Friday availability. One of the things that I also noted in their upcoming expected changes is more service between Caldwell, Nampa, and Meridian. And I just actually learned this past week, I don't know if you saw, but the Caldwell branch of Rediscovered Books just closed, or is announcing their closing. So we know that those people are going to still need to get books. Both they're going to be coming through Meridian as well as going into Boise to get books. And we're potentially another destination that they have along the way. Oh, and I just saw this in the state of the city update that y'all did. The new villages the apartments at the Village of Meridian are expected as well. And those would be connecting to the existing bus route. So the goal is, again, to make this a place where it's not that you have to just drive here, you have other options to get here as well. One more comment in relation to traffic and parking. Another option, again, is walking or biking. So you have that option as well. We're going to have bike racks installed in the place, and we're also going to have an incentive program. So if you've ever been to the Botanical Gardens, if you take alternative transportation, they'll give you like a voucher to come back. Right. So same kind of concept here is you'll go toward getting points on our loyalty system where you can, again, just be incentivizing taking alternative modes of transportation to get to the establishment. Deliveries. So this is one of the questions that came up in the meeting with the commissioners, and I thought this was really interesting as well. People are asking around, what kind of shipments is this going to be? Are you going to have large trucks? Are you going to have like big delivery vans, that sort of thing? So I want to kind of break it into two categories. So one, we have our book inventory, which we order on a monthly basis. That's delivered within Monday through Friday timeframe from our distributor. That comes in with a smaller Amazon sized truck today, or through USPS, so that's pretty small. And then the other would be if we're getting beverages. So today we are looking to partner with Loose Screw, as well as like Earth Beverage Co., which is a non-alcoholic beverage company. And those are actually so small and local, we wouldn't be needing a big Budweiser truck to come in. It would be us working with those local vendors, going to them and picking up those beverages with our staff. This is my favorite part. So from the day before the last hearing, we had a person write in or call in because he didn't have email. And he used to live across the street from this property. And what we found out was not only was this property he ended up owning later in his life, but it was actually home to Nancy Mary Sage. Who of you have heard of Nancy Mary Sage? Okay, Ashley has. Some of you have as well. But so she was born right after the 1905 earthquake in San Francisco. She lost her mother in that. Her father couldn't actually manage having two children, so he sent them to Idaho to live here. So she was taken on by her great aunt, whose name was Pearl. And her sister was actually adopted into a family in Boise because she was healthier. They thought Nancy wasn't going to do well. Well, Nancy ended up surviving and thriving. She got her high school diploma at 21, a little late in the game. But she moved with her and her son from outside Banks. They lived in like a little trailer, and then they moved to Meridian in the 1950s. She eventually became the junior librarian for the Occident Club, which, if you didn't know, is the original starting point from the Meridian Library. She eventually became the primary librarian for 20 years. She is in a lot of the original historic documents about their meeting notes. She would give tallies about how many books were checked out. And she helped bring forward new ideas. They sent her to Boise to get library training. And she came back with this idea of the Friends of the Meridian Library, which is the fundraising arm that we know today and we still leverage. She also helped promote and establish the Meridian Library District, which is, as you know, the zoning or the specific unique district, tax district for the library. And she lived at 909 East 4th Street. This was her property. I had the privilege of talking to her son, Daryl, who is 76 years old, over the last 2 weeks. He sent me countless emails, countless photos. And he said this is exactly what she would have wanted. She had bookshelves from floor to ceiling everywhere she could in that house. And we talk a lot about, honoring our history and our tradition. I couldn't have even begun to imagine that this would be the story of this property. So with that, I want to just thank you again for taking the time to consider our proposal for the rezone today. We really want to be Meridian's independent bookstore to give you those opportunities to see things you wouldn't see before. And we're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. The presentation was very helpful in comparison to what is in the file. So thank you very much for bringing all these extra details. So as you know, as you addressed, there's a lot of public concern about parking, about noise and whatnot. And my question for you is, two things. One, in the drawings, you had said there's one parking space that's for employee parking. it looks like that area has more room for parking than the drawing currently shows. So is that for a specific reason, or is the drawing just not proportionate?
There is a pole, a power pole right there. So that is the one spot in the alleyway. I should just add as well that I'm expecting to be the primary employee for the first year, and I won't be taking up that spot. So that would be ideally before we have that second employee come in.
And so you will only have one employee, you won't have shifts, or?
The goal is to move toward that, but initially it'll primarily be me. And then as we add in, the additional person would be able to take up that spot. We're also looking at whether or not we split it to have someone come in specifically for like the readings and events to manage that. And they would be taught and trained to be parking on the farther location. So parking closer toward the off of Pine or that direction.
So any retail shop like this in a big city has to have this conversation, right?
Definitely.
And so a lot of big cities do not even, notify patrons of where they can park. They just have to kind of figure it out. So I understand what you're attempting to do. But not all of the retail shops are in residential area, which is really where the concern is coming from. And so you had said that you found approximately 15 spots on Pine, in your research. Is that at a given time of day, or is that an average of various times of day?
Yeah, so we actually kind of survey the spot from mid-afternoon, late afternoon and evening. And so that was consistent. There were obviously times where there was less, but I would say there's 12 to 15 spots consistently across the times. And we have some photos as well for that. Yep.
Two more quick questions. So how do you intend on clearly notifying patrons of where they would park? And then also, can you talk about the noise concern? So are you going to have bands? How would this, let's say that we have a neighbor that likes to have friends over a lot, any one of us. Is the noise level going to be greater than that? Is it going to be just a lot of talking? Is there going to be, just kind of give us a flavor for what that is going to feel like? You already have the fence up, so there's the privacy. Staff has recommended additional landscaping. What is reasonable to expect for your neighbors?
Yeah, so I think we obviously have to take in Idaho climate into that consideration, right? So realistically, we're not going to have outdoor events year round. It's just not really feasible here. But in the nicer months, which I would say like April to end of September, we would have small events. Those would all be ticketed. Even if they're free events, they're all ticketed today or would be ticketed. Meaning they have to sign up ahead of time. And then again, looking for it to be like, if you have a family gathering in your backyard, right? You're going to have some people laughing, but you also are respectful of your neighbors and respectful of the people around you. We live on the corner of Carlton and 3rd. So we live right by the Cole Valley practice fields. And we know, when they have a game going on, right? It's very obvious, but at the same time, it doesn't bother us because we also know like we're living in the area. It's within their right to have that space, as well as generally the people are respectful. The only times we've had issues are once or twice when someone's accidentally parked in front of our driveway. So all that to say is I think generally like a family gathering, ticketed events, and then again, not really live loud music, thinking more like acoustic guitar, if anything. I also actually am a yoga instructor. I teach at Main Street Market during the summer usually, and I'll teach a yoga class, but it's nice to have like that acoustic music. It's not a live loud band. Yep.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Sure.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks for your presentation, Chelsea. You can tell you're very passionate, enthusiastic about your business, and it just comes through in your presentation. I wish the council, we just had to decide if we love the idea of an independent bookstore in downtown Meridian. I think it'd probably be a unanimous yes. A couple of my questions for you. First, how integral is beer and wine service to the success of your business?
So I would say it's secondary. I definitely know that looking at the history and even just looking at what is happening to Rediscovered right now, if you don't have a reason for people to stay around, you don't see as much in terms of sales and people, continuing to stay there and spend more time. Now, that being said, we still do offer online. I don't know if I mentioned that, but we actually have today where you can get audiobook subscriptions through us, as well as you can order any book online and have it shipped to your door. We love both of those options, but we really want the physical element. We want that community space. So I think, long story short, beer and wine will supplement that. We're looking at thin margins regardless. It's a new and used bookstore, so we're making more than used bookstores. Used bookstores really struggle. But even with new bookstores today, we're looking at, in the first 3 years, barely, staying in the green. So beer and wine does help that, as well as having programming and reasons for people to continue to come back and be there for a minute.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So I love your layout of your building. I think East Old Town is a really special part of our community, and certainly it's why we live there and you want to open your business. And so forgive me, this question is coming not about your specific business. Again, it's not about, do we like the idea of this bookstore? It's the rezone request. And so as a council member, I'm thinking long-term about what this rezone means. So can you talk to me a little bit about how this specific location is integral to the success of your business? Because of the rezone request, because of its proximity to existing residential, I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around why this spot is necessary for you to be successful in your business endeavors.
Yeah, so based on a lot of existing bookstores, we're seeing over 400 new bookstores in the US in the last year. And the ones that continue to stick around are the ones that, one, own the building, and two, they have a very close proximity to downtown. So that was from the get-go, two of the main things that I had when we were looking at this phase of the business. In addition to that, I've been to and experienced bookstores of all shapes and sizes. I've traveled the US, and every time I go to a city, I go to the bookstore. I want to see what the indie bookstore looks like. And the ones that continue to thrive and have been there for 10 plus years generally are ones that aren't just along the main strip or don't have a component that's a cafe community space. So for me, it was a no-brainer that I wanted it to be in an old home. I wanted it to be some historic significance. I didn't know what that historic significance would be. And within a certain size as well. So I looked at spaces that were smaller than 12 to 1,500 square feet.
Mr. Mayor, one more if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Can you just talk to us about hours of operation and hours for events? When would you anticipate, worst case scenario, how late would you be open and operating with either an event or some type of a outdoor activity?
Yeah, so initially we were trying to stay in line with what we're seeing with downtown Meridian today. So we see a lot of shops that are open Wednesday through Saturday, Thursday through Sunday. So we would align with that. Thursday to Sunday is what we were recommending. 12 to 9 p.m. gives a lot of people the opportunity to come if they have time in the afternoon or if they're coming for an evening event. Now, longer term, what we want to do is actually move to a 12-hour spread, so 10 to 10. That way we're hitting an early crowd as well who maybe want to come for a coffee meetup, work on a business plan, as well as doing events. Events generally go from 7 to 9, and we would plan to be closed by 10 now. We would obviously work with the group that wants to come in and have those events, because a lot of those would not be us putting them on, they'd be bringing in local groups. In addition to that, we also partner with existing businesses as well, right? So if we wanted to do a larger scale event, we wouldn't be doing it at our space. We would be doing it at Hidden Gem. We'd be doing it at a different venue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to follow up on the hours of operation question. So are we to understand that you would have it open to 10 p.m. every evening except Sunday? Or are you only wanting to keep it open late for the evenings in which you have the events?
So we were saying for the initial, I want to say it was 12 to 18 months that we would be doing 12 to 9 p.m. for Thursday through Sunday. And then moving to expand to a larger timeline, again, based on usage, based on interest, based on need. So I would, to your point, I would expect that as we're doing events, we would want to adjust to slowly build out that timeline. But I also know that it doesn't make a lot of sense to keep changing hours, because that does confuse the customers. And you want to show that you're continuing to be there and are dependable and reliable. So we would start with that abbreviated schedule, and then over the next 12. So looking a year plus out, we would look to expand that.
Council, additional questions? All right, thank you very much. Kirk, I'm going to turn this over to you because I'm sure we have a few people who want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First is Mert Logue, and he's provided a handout for everyone. It's on your chair.
Good evening, Mayor's City Council. The neighborhood has asked me to speak on the behalf of them tonight and as the spokesman. I do have a video that we'll try to play while I'm just going through this, but I'll get started.
Can you start with your name and address?
Bert Logue, 404 East Pine.
Thank you.
My name is Mert Logue. I'm the neighborhood spokesman. The neighborhood strongly opposes this proposed rezone in the small 1,100 square foot, including the cellar, which approximately 800 square feet is available for high traffic retail on the main floor, and of which a minimum of 23 square foot will be needed to comply with the ADA accessible restroom. For a high traffic retail bookstore, yoga, food, outside bike, where beer and wine will also be served. With an occupancy expectation of 50 to 60 patrons, plus employees, with the potential hours of operation from 6 a.m. in the morning till 2 a.m. the following day. The neighborhood is asking respectfully for the preservation of the family, safety of the community, and quality of life of the residential area that directly affects this neighborhood of Old Town, and then in turn that the applicant's request is denied. We have two videos I'd like to review along with some pictures of the applicant's property. We wanted to give you a perception of how far this house really is from the Old Town core of Meridian. The first video starts traveling east on Pine across Meridian Road, Main Street, First Street, and Second, referred to as the core of Old Town, and then transitions beyond Second Street to Third Street and Fourth, etc., into residential Old Town. You can clearly see where you leave the core and move into the residential area of Old Town. The second video shows the applicant's property is primarily surrounded by homes and those in the community that have lived in Old Town for the atmosphere and quality of life that they have enjoyed for many years. Many new families are there now enjoying Old Town Meridian, where they can live and walk to the core of Old Town, where the parks, restaurants, late night entertainment, shopping, hairstyling, barbershops, and many other businesses, very similar to the Meridian Village or Hyde Park or Old Town Boise. The second video also shows the alleyway directly to the north that runs between it and the neighboring property. You can see how congested it is and presenting a real concern for safety and the additional traffic that the high frequency retail will bring at levels this area was never intended to be subjected to, as well as the very limited parking. One spot in the back for an employee and two in the front, one of which would be needed for ADA compliance. Our understanding is Old Town core is Main Street, First Street, and eventually Second Street. But the rest of Old Town is to be residential and some light office space for businesses and hours of operation that don't displace those that live in Old Town. Parking, for the example, should not be cannibalized for high traffic retail bookstore, food, beverage, including beer and wine, with hours of operations that potentially go into 2 a.m. in the morning, not to mention the thought of allowing alcohol and its distribution into a densely populated residential area. The residents and families currently enjoy a wonderful, safe, family-oriented community that fits the Old Town plan of life, work, and 2 to 3 blocks away, the core for enjoyment and play. Old Town core is perfect for the appropriate place for this applicant's business, not the residential live work of Old Town. This is very clear difference, and the video clearly demonstrates this. At the neighborhood meeting, the applicant stated beer and wine would be a main income stream with the books, yoga, mic nights to draw people in. With beer and wine and no food prepared, it is more of a bar disguised as a bookstore. This brings up the question of the applicant's plan to address Idaho Code 11.05.01.021.01. We hope that it'll be asked by the council and addressed by the applicant tonight. Is this intended to be a family-friendly environment or not? The beer and wine license code also states that you can't serve alcohol within 300 feet of a church. The church at 3rd and State is less than 300 feet and has several services of educational classes of kids during the week and Sundays. The applicant also is within 500 feet of school grounds and another church within 400 feet. It is clear this is not the right business for this residential area. We are aware of the city of Meridian can still grant beer and wine license setting aside the Idaho state law and what Ada County have declared as a bad idea by code to put a distribution point for alcohol next to a church, which traditionally sits in the middle of a residential area, just like the ones in the neighborhood we're discussing tonight. We would hope that the mayor's recent address that emphasizes the importance of infrastructure, community partnership, public safety, and keeping Idaho unified in its values would never approve such a selfish act for profit. Especially when the alcohol you could want is already available a few blocks away where it should be, in Meridian Old Town Core. Parking is a huge issue for the residents who have been there for years and taken care of their places, paid their taxes, and contributed to this community and neighborhood. Why would the commissioners of the city approve a business that they know will cannibalize displaced residents that have been using this limited public parking for years that has been intended? Imagine even if only once an elderly resident who is disabled, dependent on parking spot being available right in front of their home is now displaced and has to park blocks away. This is specifically what the ADA is about, to provide for and protect those who are disabled. Think about that for a minute. It was brought up at the last meeting, the applicant had implied in the permissions of parking from the churches in the Masonic Hall in the area. This is not true. We spoke to both the churches and Masonic Hall. None of them approved giving away any of their parking. For them, parking is already a problem, and they've also relied on public parking now to accommodate their needs. The Masonic Hall lot is even posted as a tow-away zone after 6 p.m., as well as the business malls lots directly to the north of them. The church within 300 feet stated they had talked with the applicant about opening the bookstore. However, the applicant had left out that they had intended to serve beer and wine at the bookstore. They are applying for rezoning because it doesn't fit this area. It doesn't fit the Old Town residential live work vision. They are asking to put food, beverage, including serving beer and wine in an Old Town residential neighborhood when it's clear it belongs in the core. The mayor in the city address stated family safety, quality of life, and responsible growth in his vision for Meridian. Rezoning this little house for this type of business does not meet that vision. It's not safe for the kids in this neighborhood. It's not about the quality of life of the families that live there. It's about two individuals forcing and imposing themselves on a neighborhood with the city's blessing. And we're asking you not to give it. In conclusion of the previous P&Z meeting, residents were told change is coming and we need to accept it. That's code for you don't have a voice. This has already been decided. You will not be heard. This is just a formality. The box is checked. We've had our meeting, so shut up, go home, change, or get out of Old Town. We understand change is coming. We also understand that Old Town has a core. It's downtown involving Meridian Road, Main Street, First, and eventually Second. The core should not be bleeding past Second, past Third, into Fourth Street, displacing Old Town residents and families. Keep the core and the residential as it is. After all, is not the goal to preserve Old Town. It was also mentioned that with one of the P&Z commissioners that they don't deal in what ifs. Well, we beg to differ. If the city management doesn't deal in what ifs, we wouldn't need building permits, building codes, fire hydrants, firefighters, police officers, sprinkler suppression systems, ADA compliance. That's why there is this process. What ifs are important for the safety of our kids, families, schools, churches, and community. You are in the what if business. It is part of your job, and you certainly have some what ifs that need to be considered here tonight. At the last meeting, people spoke for the applicant that weren't even from Meridian. They talked about making where this little house is, a Hyde Park. Hyde Park was established in 1890 as its own city, separate from Boise, and later it was annexed in. It also has not crept into the residential area. It stayed in its own core for 133 years. Just like we already have here, the Old Town Core of Meridian was established in 1891 and declared a village in 1903. This is not the right location for this type of retail traffic. This is a place to distribute alcohol being disguised as a bookstore without adequate parking, asking to be placed in a residential area within 300 feet of a church, 500 feet of school grounds. It does not fit the Old Town residential scope. However, it does fit the scope of Old Town Core, the Meridian. That's where it needs to be. And there are places in the core that are available. We're asking you to seriously consider everything that we have said here tonight. There are legitimate safety concerns, parking concerns. It's the wrong location, wrong type of business for this Old Town neighborhood. Hopefully, we are not just a box that was checked. Hopefully, the most impacted by this in this community and neighborhood testifying here tonight do have a voice. And it was given and has given you what you need to turn down this applicant's request for rezoning down for something that doesn't belong where they want to put it. We ask again that you vote no on this application for rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Bert, you're probably going to want to stick around. You may have some questions for you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
10 minutes.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming and sharing your concerns very much. I want to understand, I want to kind of get more specific on a couple of the concerns. First, in regard to serving beer and wine, can you help me understand how you see this as different from, let's say, the Jackson's liquor store that's right next to the candy shop, that's right next to the Boys and Girls Club? Or how it's different from Vintage 61, which is a block from the Cole Elementary School, and then the Loose Screw that's going in the old funeral home that's right next door to the Cole Elementary School. Can you help me understand how this is different from those? Maybe they're not residential, but children are there every day of the week. Harvest Church has a school. And so there's children there every day of the week, morning, noon, and night. And then Meridian Elementary sits right behind some of these businesses in Old Town, in the core, I should say. So help me understand and distinguish between what they're going to be doing and those businesses. And is the concern more about too much alcohol consumption? So if the applicant, I'm not advocating for anything, I just want to understand. If the applicant were to limit the amount of drinks that can be purchased by a customer to 2, does that solve some of the concern? So help us understand if you were to create solutions for this, what those would look like.
I think a couple things. One is you're talking about a bunch of businesses that are already in the commercial and zoned for where they're at in the area. They're already zoned correctly. As far as stores that sell alcohol and liquor, they're amenities that sell medical supplies, food, and all kinds of other stuff, of which, if you have children walking into, you're not there for an evening of beer and wine and read a book. You're there to go in and get groceries, and I'm going to pick up some beer, wine, and by the way, you're going to have to check your ID at door to be sold that. So when you get into a restaurant environment where you're serving beer and wine, serving food for patrons, that's a totally different environment, and there are different laws and regulations that apply to that, as Idaho Code states out. So I think there's a very different look at that. If this was going to be a retail bookstore, then have hours of operations that don't displace the people that live there and sell books. If you're trying to supplement your income with beer and wine and make this a different thing, I don't think it's appropriate to have it in a residential area. I've been in business for 30 years, and the number one rule about business and success is location, location, location. And that's what I'm talking about, what ifs. It makes no sense to rezone something. If I'm going to be the city council, I'm going to want to see the business plan. I want to see how this is going to make money and how it's going to be successful. I'm not going to okay something that gets to go in there and then it fails, and then the people around the area got to deal with that. This applicant's talked about respecting their neighbors. They don't respect their neighbors. They don't take care of their property now. You saw the weeds and stuff that are around that place. It's not being managed or maintained. So it's hours of operation, and it's applying adequate parking for the type of retail business you were wanting to do without cannibalizing for somebody else. It shouldn't be displacing the residents that live there. They pay their taxes too. They were there with the intent of what the city had for years ago. And now we're going to go in and say, oh, well, you just need to get used to, we're going to put a bookstore here and their patrons can take those because it's public parking. And that's what I don't understand as a citizen of Meridian, the fact that that's not even being considered. And I appreciate you asking these questions because, for me, if it's going to be a business in that residential area, it should be something that's by appointment only. There's a business that, for example, I think it's off 5th. It's a bridal dress business and it's by appointment only. And they do some other things there, but they have their own parking. It's off the main, off Pine. They have their own parking in the back. They don't have to rely on their neighbors' parking or public parking. They don't have to depend on that. This is going to have to depend on that. There's 2 spots out front, and that frontage in the pictures looks nice and big, but you can't have I've got a Ram 1-ton dually that's going to take up most of it, and you might get a smart car behind that, and that'll fit in what the frontage is on this building. And then the alleyway it's right there, you know. So if you're asking me for what the solution for this would be for this applicant, it's sell books. You know, be open in hours that when people get home that live there aren't being displaced by the parking that is going to be required for them to have the retail to do. They've said they expect that their patronage is going to be 50 to 60. An 800 square foot building. And then you have children at night that need to go to bed. They don't need to be listening to guitars or people talking. I got a kick out of that too, where I have friends over at my house every night and they're there once in a while. Yeah, every night. I mean, if I got a neighbor that's next to me that's out talking in the backyard every night till 10 o'clock, I don't think I'm going to tolerate that very long. I'm not going to be happy about that. And I shouldn't have to be happy about that. You're not going to put arborvitaes up and create an installation area that's going to stop all that. So unless we're going, okay, this is all becoming a commercial application that we want zoned differently for a different purpose for the city of Meridian, then okay. I've been sitting here trying to figure out what is this really about, this rezoning? It can't be about this. It doesn't make any sense to me, not even from a business standpoint. I mean, I get the emotional draw and the librarian, and you know, bookstores are great, but we have a library and the bookstore could be moved simply to the core, and then it's open for what they want to do. And I think it would be very successful, but where they're wanting to put it, I just don't think it's going to make it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I don't want to speak for our staff, but my understanding is that the applicant originally applied for a conditional use permit and staff encouraged them to change it to a rezone because it actually allows us to put more restrictions. It allows us to have more say in how it would operate. So that's really, honestly, the rezone was probably the right call in relationship to our ability to have some oversight on this. Am I explaining that well?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro. So they actually applied for a rezone and a CUP, and the CUP was for the outdoor activity. So staff, because of the UDC code, they can't have activity outside within 50 to 100 feet of residential. So that doesn't work. So we asked them to withdraw it so they can only do a temporary use permit through the clerk's office for 160 days to have events. And then the beer and wine is actually an accessory to the retail store. That's a permitted use that goes, they file an application with the clerk's office, and then it'll go through the planning manager for final approval. It's a permitted use with retail. So in a sense, the CUP, we asked them to withdraw because there can't be a permanent approval for outdoor event center in that location.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up question.
That's one pro.
So the temporary use permit, there can be restrictions put on that for operation, different functions of the operation. Is that correct?
Absolutely, staff can do that. We can limit people. We can say whatever we would like within that temporary use permit. But also the time period that the latest they'll ever be able to go is 11 p.m.
And so if they are not operating within the restrictions that are set, then that permit expires in 160 days and there's not another one that has to be issued. In other words, how does that work?
So they have to apply for another one, but they can only do it 160 days per year of a 365 calendar day.
Okay.
So they only get 4 months a year.
I see. Okay. So if they don't follow the limitations of the permit, then potentially one could be denied the next year, or how does the clerk's office handle that?
I'm not sure exactly how they handle it, but I would think code enforcement would be involved in that. And there would definitely be some notes about that from the previous year, and we would all take a look at that and maybe have further restrictions when they apply again.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
is it Logue?
Logue.
Logue?
Yeah.
Mr. Logue, thanks for being here. A couple of context questions that will help us in the decision-making process. You had indicated you represent an association. Do you represent individuals in the room?
We had a neighborhood meeting.
Oh.
And at the neighborhood meeting, there's neighbors that are involved, and they said, we'd like to, have you
Got it.
put something together to address the council.
Are there folks in the room here that you're speaking on behalf of? Can you guys raise your hand if, okay, just kind of, it helps us get some context, and it looked like 8 or so in the room. Can you give us a ballpark of the individuals who aren't present that as part of the neighborhood meeting asked you to come speak on their behalf?
There's one family that's not present. They've actually, this pushed them into throwing the towel, and they're leaving. They're leaving.
Just a rough number of people is all I'm trying to get.
6, 7.
Okay. Sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 6 or 7. So it's helpful to understand that context. The other question, the history matters. I think we're going to ask a lot of these types of questions in Old Town development. And one that is helpful is, how long have you lived where you live in Old Town?
So we've been there in 10 years, and I don't necessarily live in Old Town. I'm one of the places that was zoned for light commercial. And the business that we have operated, which you saw, the applicant's video actually is where she was talking about the neighbor. So it's a light commercial. I don't live there. I rent it out. And the people that work there,
okay,
they're there. They have their own parking. They're gone during the day, and they don't disrupt the neighborhood. They don't take parking spots.
But you don't live anywhere around this project?
I live very close to them, 1316 Manship Drive in Meridian. And I've lived in Meridian for, 30 or more years. Lived in Idaho all my life.
It's important.
And then just the reason for the question is, it gives us context of whether this is something that personally impacts you, which is very important. And it's equally important if it personally impacts others, not yourself, but you're speaking on their behalf, trying to get that context because, hang on.
It does impact me from a value position. Yeah.
I understand. Hang on.
Okay.
The reason I asked that question is the comp plan, which was referenced for this property, it has been comp planned and intended to be Old Town and all of the elements that go with Old Town. So from a long-term planning perspective, to have this to be a rezone request to Old Town zoning is consistent with that long-term planning. So the reason for the earlier questions was to know whether or not you participated at all in any of the comp plan public meetings to maybe voice some of your concerns that this shouldn't be comp planned Old Town, it should be something else. So did you participate in any of that process?
So I did not. I did not. Partially because, not aware of it. When there's comp plans and change in rezoning and the intention of learning, it's not something that's really put out into the public well enough for everybody to have a great idea of it.
Well, and
it's not, unless you have something, a directed interest in it, you're probably not going to participate in that. But I would kind of refer back to what I talked about earlier, where there's a right time and place for things. This is rolling in 2 blocks into a residential area. It's surrounded by homes, And if you go up 2 blocks, you're in that core where you're seeing it, the flavor of exactly what this business is going to be. Now whether this is going to be a standout, or this is going to be something that starts to happen, then I'd like to see it make sense as it moves into it, if that's what the plan is. But I believe also the plan was work live, not work live play. Work play is you go a few blocks to where that's at. It doesn't make sense. Even like the village over there is condensed. You've got residential people all around that, but you don't have any of that bleeds into those residential area, right? And that's what we're asking here. We're asking, okay, we got these people here that invest in business, and now we're going to put it over here and say, well, that's kind of in the scope of what we want to do. Well, then I'm going to say, is this the right time for this? Because I don't think it is.
I understand exactly where you're coming from. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Again, thanks. I think the council really does appreciate when neighbors kind of get together and say, hey, let's have one individual kind of address that. And no, not everybody's always comfortable coming up and talking. So I appreciate you being the one to do that. And as such, you're the one who gets the questions. So I appreciate you standing up here and kind of address them. I want to touch on something first, because I think it's important for you, because this seemed to be something important to you, and it's likely because it's important to your neighbors. This belief that we're just checking a box. And I want to give an opportunity maybe just to talk to you directly to say that it sounds like you've lived in Meridian for 10 years, and I'm glad that you've chosen our community. I think one of the things that makes Meridian great is that every issue matters. We argue up here for hours about a project that impacts one or two people because it's important to us. These are our neighbors. I believe that this process should be a neighborly process, and I can tell you're passionate about it. I'd encourage you to be a little more compassionate to your neighbors. I know you barely weren't trying to insult them or impugn their motives. I think you kind of did that. So just giving you a little flavor, a little feedback, something I think that you may want to address when this meeting's over. My question for you is, when you played that video, I noticed at the end that there was appeared to be a business with a bunch of vans.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's your property. That's my property. So help me. This is where I think this is where the disconnect is, that you can help me, is that a lot of your testimony was about this should be a residential area. And again, I was a paper boy in that property in the early 90s. So it's changed since I was younger, but it didn't appear to be that was a residential use. That appeared to be a commercial use. So I'm trying to wrap my head around, why is your commercial use acceptable and their commercial use not?
It's not going to be serving beer and wine. It's operational hours. It's done at 5 or 6 o'clock. That's it. The commercial vans that are parked there are on our property. They're not cannibalizing other people's parking or public parking.
It's public parking, yeah.
That piece of property, when I bought it, was horrific. You can ask my neighbor. They're here tonight. I invested $45,000 and probably close to that sweat equity to make that place look like it looks now. It's nice. I mow my lawn, I do. I take care of my father, who's 92, also lives in Meridian, Idaho, all of his life. I take care of my place. So I take care of my place, my lawn, and I have a business with 126 people that I work at probably 80 hours a week.
Sure.
So I get a little frustrated when somebody buys as a piece of property as an investment, which is what I assume this is, to put a business in, and tells me that they respect their neighbors, but then they let it deteriorate. Look at the pictures that were presented in the P&Z. They're beautiful because you know what, the person there before improved that property. They took care of the property, and now it's not being taken care of. And then they're asking, well, just trust us. We'll do the right thing. Trust us. We'll do the right thing. Well, you're not doing it now, so why should I trust you to do it later? And so I'm not going to apologize for anything I've said to this point. And in my notes here, I did basically point out the fact that Old Town was residential, light commercial. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about a cafe, beverages, beer and wine in a bookstore.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, next is Nikki Miles.
And while some of you may have testified at planning and zoning, we come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Nikki Miles, 505 East Pine. I've lived in my home under a year. I've owned it under 2 years. I mirror some of the sentiments you just heard. I'm going to stay focused on a couple of key factors that you're very much aware of. The occupancy, well, I'm hoping tonight we'll just slow down this whole process and take into consideration both parties, both entities involved, the homeowners in the area and the applicant. And when you consider R15 rezoned, that tells you how many homes and how close they are today. 3 contiguous property owners, outdoor venue with an outdoor speaker system right up against their windows, their bedrooms, their backyards, and 3rd generation of children, especially this time of year, this summer, outdoor playing. The occupancy of 50 or more was determined based on mercantile. What this is, reconsider or consider this. This is an assembly use with some retail per the last meeting. So is the load factor 15 or is it 60? The outdoor speaker system use is in R15. It affects the property owners of R15. The commercial is contiguous to historic residential use. And every affected property owner and renter has the inherent right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property. And likewise, the applicants, if approved, need to be approved based on what's existing today and is not likely to change anytime soon. So don't pit the folks in the neighborhood that will be impacted by this against the applicant, and don't pit the applicant against them or have to fight for their survival. What would be real ideal is if the residents in the area could go in and enjoy a book or buy a trinket or an art piece made by a local artist.
If you can complete your testimony, please.
And don't get the Meridian Police Department involved in this, having to respond to late night noise and 7 day a week, up to 7 days a week of alcohol consumption. So slow it down and find a balance in what's going on here.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Appreciate you coming. I appreciate the sentiment about, trying to find a middle ground. So a couple of ideas, right? The good news is, like, at least a bookstore crowd doesn't seem like a boisterous crowd, generally speaking, right? In terms of what you'd expect to see. The applicant has said that they're willing to limit their own hours. So they're willing to limit their hours from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We could certainly memorialize that in an agreement with the city. Would things like a limitation on the hours of operation, perhaps an agreement, if the applicant was willing to say they wouldn't use like amplified sound during certain hours, would, those kind of changes, what kind of changes do you think would make a good compromise?
I'll answer that in consideration of the fact that I'm 1 block away. I have a whole other set of issues like IPO or XPO freight and Harbor Freight after dark towing 3 trailers through the neighborhood exceeding 25 miles an hour. So that's a whole different situation, but that sets the tone for degrading the neighborhood, and it sets the tone for sensitivity to just more of what's to happen. Yes, I would propose that, especially to my neighbors over here, that y'all get in one room and decide that it's not going to be until 10 p.m. It's most especially on weekdays. Sundays are still sacred. Limited hours, no outdoor speaker system. It's a very limited space, but yes, a bookstore sounds very fine in the area.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
because what I heard from the applicant was that they were willing to impose upon themselves. And so I'm assuming usually what the city council does in these situations is we put together like a development agreement that the city is a party to. And typically we have like restrictions that we put in place. And so in this case, it sounded to me like the applicant was willing to limit their hours Tuesday through Sunday from 10 until 10. And that initially they wanted to limit their hours from 12 to 9 Thursday through Sunday. So, you know, I heard in the previous testimony, this fear that this would be open until 2 a.m. That's not what I'm hearing.
I didn't hear that either.
Yeah. And then, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Councilman Schrader.
And then, you know, some of the other things you just mentioned, like hours for deliveries. That's something that we could discuss as well, or limitations on sound amplification past a certain hour. You know, so I'm just trying to, you know, prompt some discussion and dialogue about what kinds of compromises would make this fit better with the neighborhood.
Parking is another issue that I don't see a compromise in. I mean, even though I might be on foot most of the time in the area, I just don't see, it's a residential neighborhood that location is outside the Old Town parking designation. I mean, per your map on the website, on your website, the Fourth is not, there's no already designated parking for the Old Town businesses. Retail. This is assembly with some retail. It was stated in the last meeting that the assembly, beer and wine, had that the retail of books, the space is so limited inside that couldn't support itself.
And Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, you know, I'll ask the applicant in their closing remarks to address how many customers they think will realistically be in the bookstore and how many customers they would expect at an event.
Well, wouldn't you as a business owner, I mean, they can speak for themselves, but would you not, as a business person, take advantage of every allowable parameter? So if you're an assembly, it's like I said earlier, what's the load factor?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I don't want to speak for the applicant in terms of their business plan, but you know, just from common sense, like it stretches the imagination to imagine 50 patrons descending on a retail independent bookstore at one time, you know, during a single day, if it's not an event, right?
It's not a bookstore.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Mr. Mayor, next is Carlin Crow.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Carlin Crow and I live at 917 Pueblo Street. There are 3 reasons that I am in favor of authorizing rezoning for 4th Street books. First is it's a community-centered approach. Second is increasing walkability for the city of Meridian. And third is supporting local businesses. I'm a public high school teacher at a Title I school in the Treasure Valley. And I had the great pleasure of meeting the 4th Street Books founder, Chelsea Major, at our high school's career day. She very, very generously volunteered her time to be a speaker at our high school's career day, all the way out in Wilder. So she took much time out of her schedule to drive all the way to Wilder and give a fantastic presentation to my students. She was eager to bring the magic of books and entrepreneurship to our small community. Our school actually doesn't have a librarian, so this was their first chance to meet a professional book lover, which was so exciting for the students. They were so excited to put stickers from the bookstore on their phones, and ever since career day back in March, they've been asking me, Miss Crow, when is that bookstore opening? Can we take a field trip there? Chelsea has continued centering community as a core value of her business by doing pop-ups at events with other community creatives, establishing a community book club, and advocating for community libraries. 4th Street Books will be a beacon for book lovers and a vibrant community space for all Meridian citizens. Scholarly research from health, economic, and psychological studies show that increasing a walkability score in a city has numerous social benefits for its citizens. Impacts of increasing a city's walkability score include a rise in average citizen happiness, reduction in crime, increased levels of physical activity, and increased accessibility for economically disadvantaged households. Expanding the business zoning in Meridian, particularly rezoning near residential areas, will allow for more businesses to be walkable or bikeable for Meridian's patrons and to improve the city's walkability score. I have not purchased a book from a mega retailer like Barnes & Noble's, Target, Amazon, et cetera, in at least a decade. I buy all of my books from local independent bookstores, much like 4th Street Books. Many years ago, for a grade school project, I learned that my hometown of Austin, Texas, our famous slogan, "Keep Austin Weird," actually began in 2003 as a campaign to support local businesses, much like 4th Street Books here in Meridian. The president of Austin's largest independent bookstore, Book People, aka my favorite place in the whole world, was the leader of the campaign. The Austin Independent Business Alliance is still running strong today, as is the local independent bookstore, Book People. I believe that 4th Street Books has the same power and passion to unite Meridian local businesses together and develop Meridian's work, live, play atmosphere and culture. Thank you for your time and your support of local businesses and literacy in the Treasure Valley.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
quick question. You don't live in Meridian, is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you come to this bookstore, how are you getting here?
I will probably drive, I guess. Yeah, that's a great question.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Paige Tolman. Paige. Okay, no, you're good.
I actually live in Caldwell, 3124 Wright Avenue in Caldwell. I'm a supporter of this bookstore, mostly for, I'm an educator, and I teach parenting and pregnant teens in the Boise area. And the love of books is very small for these students. And so just having the opportunity for kids to be able to go to a bookstore and pick up older new books is an opportunity for them. And besides the beer and wine, obviously they can't. No, this is not just for adults, it's for the community. And if we want our children to be successful and enjoy literature, we need to give them the opportunity to be able to go where they can afford to go, and maybe can't go to a public library if they're out of zone and can't afford to get a library card. Just a great opportunity for them.
Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Sean Evans.
Thank you. Sean Evans, I'm the president and CEO of the Meridian Chamber of Commerce, and I represent a contingent of Meridian businesses here in the community. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for your time. The Meridian Chamber of Commerce supports the 4th Street Books rezoning application primarily because it fits into what was referenced earlier, the city's comprehensive plan for this area of downtown. We have a very small downtown, and the opportunity to expand that downtown area to create more business opportunities, to create spaces for the residents and the visitors alike to visit, to preserve our historical aspect of our community. When businesses are willing to invest in the houses in those districts is very important. Anyone that is willing to invest today that will be meeting the need as more density becomes a reality in our downtown is something that I think the City Council should embrace and approve when requested. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Evans. Next to the city, the Chamber of Commerce probably receives the most public comment on what happens in the downtown area, I would guess. And so what have you heard from the business owners, if you have heard from any? And also, what feedback have you received at the Chamber of Commerce regarding the application. Has it been similar to what we've received here at the city? And can you address maybe some of those concerns from the perspective of being an individual who is in downtown every day? And that's really what, that's your profession is to understand what's happening in downtown.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pearl. My viewpoint's mainly from the business community. I know there's a lot of residents that have concerns that don't necessarily come to the Chamber of Commerce for to voice their concerns. But the business community definitely sees the opportunity to expand the footprint of our downtown to create more walkable space. The goal of downtown is to create more density. There's projects on the horizon that's going to create more people that live downtown, and creating spaces like this. You're not going to continue to have the traffic issues and the parking issues because someone that is living in the Old Town Lofts or in the projects along Broadway, they're going to want to walk to their places. They're going to want to walk to the places where they can get dinner, to get their groceries, to sit down and read a book, or to purchase items. So this goes to the vision of the downtown, of creating more walkability, creating activity space in downtown. And the more that these businesses are allowed to create space in downtown, the more it's going to attract people to downtown for those options to walk around and be a part of the downtown community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Sean, this is one of those dilemmas that we get in front of us every now and then. Things that we desire, but how do we go about and make it, how does it happen? And, when we're dealing with development on the outskirts of town, we don't like leapfrog development because it costs more. It has impacts that cause some problems and different things like that. And so in my mind, I look at this and it seems like it's leapfrog development, but from a business sense. And how, we like to have orderly growth and march out, and that's the vision for this area. And if this was on, 3rd Street, 2nd Street, it becomes a whole different conversation, but we're on 4th Street and there are impacts to neighbors where it's not quite, seems like ready to have that full development as we progress, and it will change. It's coming. And I know the economy's kind of slowed some things down right now, but how do you envision development to occur in this area? Is it going to happen like this here, there? We build pockets and say that's okay, or should we try to find a different way to do that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, the question of growth is it's going to happen. And when you can embrace growth that already has a lot of the infrastructure in place, the video shown by one of the people here tonight clearly defines that Pine Avenue is a main corridor through our downtown area. This zone that's asking to be rezoned is right off of that corridor. We have to start looking at expanding where we can manage that. The applicant has referenced the bus route availability, the walkability from other parking areas in downtown. There's a parking study being conducted right now for downtown that identifies that there is a lot of parking in downtown. They just have to necessarily walk a block or two. And that is a change for our downtown because people are used to just parking directly in front of a business, but that is going to be something that changes. So expansion of and the following of a comprehensive plan that identifies an adjoining area that is zoned one way, but has an opportunity to be changed to accommodate where a need is something that the city council should embrace.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members.
Mr. Mayor, next is Leslie Major.
Okay.
Josh Everts. Okay, thank you. Josh Everts.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Josh Everts, 303 East State Avenue, Old Town Meridian, 83642. My comments are this. First of all, I super appreciate the presentation. This is a beautiful concept. You guys have known me too long at this point. I love books. I love history. I love community. I love Old Town. This concept absolutely belongs in Old Town. I just think that the location is not suitable, and I think I'd like to just offer some comments to that effect. Even under a temporary use permit, this property sits in an alley that's kitty corner from my house. So literally from my grandson's bedroom on the second floor, you can see this patio. So activations, I don't care about beer and wine and all that kind of stuff, but activations that are happening on that patio after I put my grandson to sleep is just not the best use in this kind of residential setting, mid-block, right off of an alley. My grandson actually is only 7 months old right now, but when he's old enough to be a customer, I hope, at this bookstore, his primary route is an alley for cars that can't go away because it also is our trash service. So there's a safety consideration here that this property is not, to Mr. Hoagland's comments, on Pine where we have 5-foot sidewalks. We're talking about the main artery is an alley for cars. The parking is a significant consideration, maybe not today. I live on this block. I'm on it all the time, but I think the approval is a slippery slope for the applicant's use. It's presumptuous to think that the conversion of these residential homes to commercial is going to be happening in any kind of near term. And especially with a mid-block property like this that's wrapped around residential. I think with a change of zoning, what happens in the case of business failure? Do we run the risk of flipping properties between uses? Especially again, in this kind of mid-block, Mr. Hoagland talked about, the growth hasn't quite caught up. This is a different consideration. If we're talking about Third, we're talking about Pine, we're talking about Second, but mid-block on Fourth, I think it's a challenge. I think we should be careful about how we adjudicate Old Town uses and how we shape implementation of the comp plan. It's my understanding currently right now that there's work being done by MDC on our destination downtown plan. This is a perfect application to get in front of them that should help shape some of these guiding principles for how we want to develop our downtown. I love this concept. I really would love to see it. I mean, every part of me wants to go buy Mr. Haxton's property on Idaho Avenue, the old dress shop, and throw these people in there. I mean, that's every fiber of my being, because this is the kind of business we want in our Old Town. I just think this site's problematic. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council questions? Councilman Caver.
Josh, appreciate your feedback. You're a big champion for downtown. So as we look at that kind of, along Pine, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, we see there are already existing businesses that are there. So businesses that appear, again, from Google Maps to appear to take maybe access off alleys.
Yeah.
So kind of to the question, I think for the applicant, or maybe for one of the people that's testifying, is what do you think separates this business and being different some of the other existing businesses that are already occurring along this corridor?
Yeah, so I think the challenge is, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, is that I think that these things have come in piecemeal. I'm probably to blame for this in large part, right? Like I wanted to go have a vibrant, active downtown, so I went and built that. And this is the unintended consequence of that. I think the challenge is that these things are happening piecemeal, and they are happening in a residential area. Some of these things that you talk about are legacy things that happened, 15, 20 years ago, before we had some of the pressures that we're experiencing right now. And so it's just tough. It's really, really messy. Like I hear the residents, my neighbors, and their concerns, and I empathize with them. I'm one of them, but I'm also a business guy. I own a bar, right, in downtown. And so I'm also very, very cognizant and respectful. I worked at Cole Valley Christian School, so I love education. I love books. And so these are just tough things to wrestle with. I think that there needs to be some serious work in that destination downtown plan as to how we define. And I think we need to get very micro with how we deal with roads and streets and what is our future? What are we painting here? So that we can really help. I know that there's been an investment made in this 4th Street. I know architects aren't cheap. So, but what can we do to better equip businesses that want to come into our Old Town by giving them better guidance? Because I don't think the guidance I think the comp plan is fairly broad. I think the existing destination downtown plan provides some great guidelines, but I think we need to get more micro with what are the actual streets, what are the intended goals, and shape that. I don't know if I fully answered that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Not directly, but you're giving me some good flavor, kind of what your perspective is, which is helpful. Because to your point, I think it is hard, right? To say, again, to your point, there's a couple of businesses that have been there for 20 years.
Yeah.
They're okay, but then this one's not. Or if you're on 3rd Street, it would be okay, but on 4th, it's not. If you're north of Pine, it's okay. If it's south of Pine, you're not. I think that's a fair perspective to share, that we probably need to discuss that more about when it does and doesn't make sense for new businesses that come in. So I appreciate your feedback for what it's worth. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreier.
welcome. Mr. Everett, appreciate you being here. Understand your perspective, but if this business was going to be here, what kind of compromises do you think would make it more livable as a neighbor?
Yeah, Mr.
Limiting
Mayor.
on hours of operation, limitations on amplified sound, things like that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader. It's a great question. Certainly the amplified sound, like, we're talking about a residential neighborhood. I would throw in there again, I intentionally went out there and checked line of sights and stuff like that. I think we have to talk about lighting. I think having bright lights, I don't want to be, forcing residents to go get dark blinds because they have, people that I think bright lights. I think that this would be a different conversation if this was a bookstore that was, more of a 8 to 6 kind of thing and didn't have those activations in the evening. I think it would be a different conversation. So I think an hours of operation is probably appropriate. I think that the parking really is, I know we're in the midst of this parking study. I think that's what makes this kind of a really difficult consideration right now. I know they talked about in the applicant having no parking signs in the alley. Humans are going to be humans. And we run into this all the time, even with the vault and Old Town Lofts and stuff like that. There's just an immense amount of pressure that's happening right now. I think this is a great business model that could have a great activation and have potentially lots of people traveling there, especially with other bookstores closing down. It might become a destination. And that's why it needs to be really kind of in the heart of downtown and not sitting mid-block in a neighborhood.
No. One block to the west of you was a facility that had an outdoor space that used to be used quite a bit. I don't even know if it's used very much anymore in that regards. Do you know what impact that had on the neighbors? Because that's really an area where you had an outdoor space surrounded by residential. It's second, but third, you had residents on the other side. Just kind of curious from your perspective, did you see parking challenges when they did events, noise challenges? I know this is a different model, but same, could be a similar concept in some cases. I don't know what type of restrictions.
Mr. Mayor, are you talking about the old house that had the
yes.
Okay.
Where they used to have the art sip.
Yeah, the art sip, all that kind of stuff.
Other events they had there.
Yeah, so a couple differences to point out. So what we're talking about with a temporary use permit is 160 days, right? So we're talking about if I was writing their business plan, those are going to be in the summer, right? When I have long hours and people out of school and warm weather. So this is 160 days. I know that that space was leased out very infrequently. They didn't have outdoor lights. So most of their events were during the day. So there wasn't really an issue of, kind of a party on the patio out there. And it's also, if you think about the businesses that are wrapped around, Joe's just north of there, they're gone by 6. You've got south, you've got some homes, but not nearly the amount. That's a big lot and there's not nearly the density. And it's also on a corner. I think this would be a different conversation if we were talking about 4th and Pine and the actual corner, as opposed to a very, very small property sitting mid-block off of an alley. So I never had any problems with any kind of parking for that space. But again, that went away, what was it, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? So, and we've experienced a lot of pain. I intended to cause a parking problem and I did. So there's just more stuff.
I only attended one event there at night with alcohol.
Oh, really?
With amplified sound.
Yeah.
All those type of, again, I don't know how often they did things.
Yeah.
That's why I was really trying to see what is the impact being a block away that you may have seen or experienced from that activity location. Just try to get some perspective. That's all.
Yeah. And Mr. Mayor, just I guess one more comment. I mean, we're hearing activation already in Old Town. Like, let's not kid ourselves. I hear the raceway right at my home, right? And there's something special about that. You know, it's part of our history. There's something great about the raceway. 127's blowing up. Like, it's fully activated. Like the downtown, it's cars racing around. It's squealing tires. I mean, the vault closes at 10. Because I don't want to own a bar that's open after 10. But there, it's fully activated downtown. There's a lot of stuff happening. So I just think that as we start talking about creeping and creating activations in those, you know, post 6 p.m., post 7 p.m. hours, mid block on 4th, we should be careful about that, because we're shaping the implementation of this comp plan and this destination downtown, and we should be careful.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, so I have something else to add about the outdoor speaker system. They're not allowed to operate within 100 feet of a residential district. So that is in the UDC code. And the only way that they could is approval through a conditional use permit, which staff recommended they withdraw because we could not support it. So really, it's only the temporary use permit, but it's going to have parameters around it, because they cannot have, per the conditions in the staff report, they can't have outdoor speaker systems.
Thank you, Stacey. Mr. Neri.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I could add on top of what Stacey just said. So our restrictions in our code, the quiet hours we've always talked about that run from 6 in the morning till 11 at night, are less restrictive on residential properties. So the existing residential property that's zoned there is allowed to have an outdoor speaker system till 11 o'clock at night. But as Stacey said, with rezoning and being Old Town and putting the restrictions, they won't be allowed to do that without some restrictions on a TUP or some other, or a CUP. So, I mean, I think there are some that are kind of built into that. And the other thing that we've talked about a little bit, and I don't recall Stacey in the report, I know when we've talked about it in my office, there was conversation on whether a development agreement should be required. It's such a small parcel. Normally we don't do that, but if there's a concern of turnover and change in use with Old Town, because Old Town zoning is very broad on what it can be done. If this bookstore were to go away for some reason and someone else came in, Old Town is a pretty big slate of things you could do. So if that's a desire of the council, that's certainly a direction we can go with, and create, again, those structures around those hours of operation and the type of use on the property.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Brooke Serio.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Do you need my address? Yes. Brooke Serio, 3120 North Burley Place in Meridian. I'm here to voice my support for the rezoning of an old home on 909 Northeast 4th Street to operate 4th Street Books. Bookstores are an essential place of discovery, refuge, and fulfillment that enrich the communities that are lucky enough to have them. Meridian would be lucky enough to have 4th Street Books. The owner, Chelsea Major, is a staunch advocate, not only for literature, but for community as well. Her passion for both shines through with her local advocacy and stewardship offered by her pop-up Pearl House Collective. As a resident of Meridian, I was very excited to hear the news that a bookstore was slated to open, let alone an independently owned one. It was a welcome break from the ongoing news of apartments, burger joints, and car washes that are being built around the community. Downtown Meridian has a unique feel, unlike those of other cities around Idaho, and 4th Street Books would be an incredible asset to the charm that exudes from downtown Meridian. Whenever I need to fulfill my book fix, I venture into Boise. I know I'm not the only Meridian bookworm who does, and the proposed location is rich in history and is a decentralized location that is accessible to all Meridian residents. When I'm in Boise, I prefer going to rediscovered books rather than a retail giant like Barnes & Noble, because I enjoy that small, intimate feel of the place and their customer service. That is another reason why I'm looking forward to 4th Street Books being a part of our community. It will offer a curated space for fellow book lovers
a place where residents can host a book club, or somewhere I can bring my daughter to find a new read. And as an employee of the Meridian Library District, I am excited at the prospect of partnering with 4th Street Books for future endeavors. Now, this is not going to be the rowdy rough and tumble joint that those opposed to it are claiming it will be. I mean, come on, when is the last time you heard of of bookworms getting into a brawl? Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, next shall be Yugazaria.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shelby Ugariza. I live at 412 East Pine Avenue. To answer questions that have been posed before tonight, I've lived there almost 30 years. So this is definitely a question about my backyard. I'm going to start off with the fact that I know this is an application for a rezone. I know that it fits within a comp plan. What doesn't fit in the comp plan is her lack of a plan with this project. She's had a bar, she had a yoga studio, she had a bookstore. There was some monastery, something I saw online. She's had so many plans. How are we supposed to give a yay or a nay if we don't know what's happening? We do not live amongst the bars. We do not live amongst all of the commercial. There was a question of the commercial on the corner. The reason this commercial is different from her commercial is it has zero traffic, yet they have no customer base on site. We were told by the Planning and Zoning Commission that we were destroying her dream. She has a dream and she can have that dream. She'd never had the dream to have it at 909 East 4th. It was a dream to open a bookstore and she's welcome to do that. But I don't think the bars / bookstores / Mike night / whatever else she decides to throw at us is what should be there. This is still a neighborhood. And it is 3 blocks off of the core. And I worked for the city when the comp plan was being developed, and I know what the intention was. And the intention was the commercial core was part of the old town. Leave the residential neighborhoods alone. Her traffic study, as we'll call it, those were photos during the day, orchestrated specifically while we were all at work. She said she understands the parking by the school. The difference is that school and the parking was there when she bought the house. They didn't come and infringe on her. She told us the beer and wine license would be the primary source of income when we had our neighborhood meeting. She also told a friend of mine who owns a business downtown, even if they tell me I can't do it, I'll do it. I just won't tell anybody. The hours, I'm not so opposed to the hours at 9 o'clock or something like that. It is the parking. And if she gets 160 some odd days out of the summer to operate this during dairy days, or she'll be open on the Christmas when we do the tree lighting, it is already hard enough to get into a parking spot, let alone my driveway, that we wouldn't be able to park again there for her.
If you could conclude,
I
please.
think that's good.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Scherer.
just a comment. I know passions are running high. I know it's in your backyard. I know it affects you personally and it affects everybody. I just want everyone to try their best to just keep it neighborly, as difficult as that may be.
I am absolutely keeping it neighborly. Thank you for the advice.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Becky Logue.
Good evening.
Good evening. I do own the business across the street that they're talking about. My
Becky,
name
can
is
you-
Becky Logue and I'm at 404 East Pine. And my husband spoke earlier, but our business is different. We really respect our neighbors. We mow our lawn, we take care of it. I know a lot of the pictures didn't get shown that Mert had up in the other video of the alley. But literally, we were told if this does pass and she doesn't follow the guidelines that are set before her, to close at 8 or 9 or whatever, we're supposed to call code enforcement. We're just supposed to always call code enforcement. Well, that's not what I want to do. I don't want to be calling code enforcement all the time. When you're in a neighborhood, you expect to be able to come home in the evenings and relax. And if you don't know what's happening across the street and you can't park in your area, that's tough. So we have been very respectful. Like I said, our business, I had a dream too. I was Idaho Businesswoman of the Year. I love entrepreneurship. I literally I do love all that and I appreciate all that. But this area is not meant for this. It's all residential. There's like 20 kids that run around in the empty lot right behind her house. People are going to be parking in that empty lot because it's open. I mean, they're going to be parking there. We can try to say, put a sign up or whatever. But it just poses huge safety issues for those kids. When we moved there years ago, 10 years ago, I guess, former Mayor Tammy had came out and visited us and said, this is what I want in Old Town. She said, I want it to be a place where you live and you work. And she said, the light office space, light commercial, lawyers' offices, real estate offices, like mine was a shipping, I built and shipped something. Those types were what was supposed to be in Old Town residential. So you could live and work there and walk about 3 blocks and go play. And that's where the bars and the rest of it goes. And she mentioned that several times because I said, well, what if I wanted to put, she says, no beverage, no food. This part of residential Old Town is meant for light office use or residential. I am really afraid that if this happens, I have to only sell my house as an office. I can't sell it as residential anymore because nobody's going to want to move into a place with this across the street. I don't think if it's noisy at night. I just hope that the city will follow the state and county liquor laws of the 300 feet too for the church and not allow it in this area.
Thank you, Becky, if you can conclude.
Yeah, I just believe that this is a great area. It really is like the north end of Boise kind of. It's a really nice residential area, and then this core should be separate.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next, Shelley Cyril. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Okay, thank you. And then Laura Hinckley.
Mayor, council members, my name is Laura Hinckley. I live at 10904 Musket Street in West Boise. I am a West Boise resident and homeowner of 6 years, a wife, a mother of 3 young children, 5 and under, a Christian, and a small business owner. I grew up in small town, Western Illinois, where the downtown area is vital to the survival of that community. I have a degree in geographic information systems from Brigham Young University, including training in urban planning. The city of Meridian stands only to benefit from the establishment of 4th Street Books. We are all aware of the sprawling issue that faces the city of Meridian and much of Treasure Valley. As more people move here and more subdivisions are constructed, there are not sufficient places and spaces for people to gather and recreate. Mixed-use communities are one way to ensure that the city of Meridian can be a walkable community in which peoples of all incomes can live and thrive. The idea of keeping the core is the kind of ideology that exacerbates traffic and congestion and isolates citizens in suburbia. I live in suburbia myself in a home built in the 70s, and the closest shopping center is the Village, which is not within walking or biking distance for a young family of 5. 4th Street Books will help Meridian be walkable, accessible to patrons by bus, bike, and foot, not only car. 4th Street Books will add to the preservation, expansion, and vitalization of the downtown district due to its proximity. And as for Chelsea and herself as a person, I know her to be a driven, honest, and upstanding citizen and a hardworking woman. I've had the pleasure of doing several markets with Chelsea and Pearl House Collective since 2021. She is an active community member and a small business owner passionate about inclusivity and community. The fact that we are here today is a testament to her work ethic and her success that she has had thus far with her online bookstore, Pearl House Collective. Though I do not live in Old Town Meridian myself, downtown Meridian is a frequent destination for myself and my family. We often go to get an ice cream at Truffles, etc., shop at Sought and Found Boutique, and my business has partnered several times with the pre-existing business Eclectic Avenue for pop-up shops. I know that the establishment of a small business closer to where citizens reside will enhance the livability of the Treasure Valley, and I am in favor of the rezoning for 4th Street Books.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, next is Nick Grove on Zoom. Nick, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for having me. Nick Grove, 1536 Northwest 1st Street. Just wanted to give a little bit of context. I live in downtown. I've worked in downtown for nearly a decade, and I've served on a number of committees, working groups, working with businesses, chamber, parking, parking, transportation, streetscape, public projects. I was on the comprehensive plan steering committee, and I served for a number of years on planning and zoning. So I'm fairly well versed in a number of the things that have been discussed here tonight, and just wanted to weigh in with how I see it and provide some context. So I think there's been a lot of misleading comments, both tonight and at the Planning and Zoning Commission. A lot of the residents that have, some of the more neighbor or not in my backyard mentality. Sorry, Josh, I'm not calling you out. Didn't mean to, but this is not a nightclub, and that's how it's been portrayed. This is a bookstore that has another business model to offset their cost. So the purpose of Old Town is really to create that vibrant mix of uses and encourage mixed use areas near, in, and around downtown, support owners of historic buildings in their efforts to restore and preserve their properties, and gathering places that should be convenient and integrated and encourage social activity and engagement through generous and intentional amenities and activation. This is what is needed. The parking is a concern, but it is the type of concern that is needed in a downtown environment to create long-term stability and health for the community as a whole. You want foot traffic, and trying to treat downtown as essentially Main Street from Pine to Broadway is short-sighted and will result in a downtown that does not survive and is not able to maintain itself over the long term. We have to expand what we consider to be downtown, and looking at what is on the future land use map versus that 1 block stretch, 2 block stretch from Pine to Broadway is desperately needed in how we go about changing downtown for the better with intentionality and purpose. And when we do have these neighbors that move in, welcoming them with open arms and really looking at how we can embrace our neighbors as they come in, and not demonize with misinformation out of the gate.
Thank you, Nick. Council, any questions? Okay, appreciate it. So, Ms. Craig, I assume we had everybody who signed up in advance, or no?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's everybody signed up.
Okay, if there's anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item, if you'd like to come forward at this time, just come on up. There's gonna be, maybe sit in the front row, so you can be ready. And if you're online, use the raise your hand feature. So,
I am Megan Parker, 5739 West Riva Capri Street, Meridian 83646. I'm a resident of Meridian and I own property on 31 East Carlton. And one of the reasons we bought property in the area was because of the allure of the ability to walk to small businesses along Idaho Street, like 830 Commons, Truffles, and Vintage 61 Wine Bar and Kitchen, which appears to me as a home converted to a business that sells alcohol. I don't know that for sure. And just maybe looking at what do they do about parking and the noise, and that's also surrounded by residential homes. 4th Street Books can be such an asset to the area. And as far as parking goes, I believe people that come to visit downtown will park in a central area that allows them to walk to all businesses in the area, much like when you visit downtown Boise. And also, I think attacking Chelsea's character is completely unnecessary because she is a compassionate, community-minded person. And have you been to an author talk before? It's not a riot, it's sipping wine or beer while you chat about books. Thank you.
thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, appreciate it. Anybody else? Just come on up. If you wanted to speak, just come on up and see the next person. Just wait till you get up to the microphone. If you can speak into the microphone so we can get it on the record.
Sorry about that. I have several signatures here from the people that live in the existing immediate area that are against it. And I don't think anybody knew where to turn them into, so.
If you can say your name and address for the record, just so we have it too.
Okay, my name is Tom Goldrick, 330 East State Avenue. I live about a quarter of a block away from this place. I moved from Canyon County 25 years ago to this house. Canyon County, in my mind, was going downhill at the time, so I wanted to come to Meridian. Meridian had that small town feel, small town love about it that everybody moved to. We have people moving here daily from Seattle, Portland, LA, because they want to get the hell out of where they're living. They can't stand the way the city's run, the way the city is moving forward. We don't want to start patterning Meridian after what they're trying to escape from. We want to really stop and think about it. And the main reason why I say this is we have empty businesses on the main drag, yet we're trying to pass houses into businesses in the middle of housing area. This is the same thing that was done, if any of you remember, in the late 60s, early 70s, Garden City. 50 years later, Garden City is still trying to recover from that kind of an agenda. And that's why I really would hope that people would stop and think hard about this. We don't want to create another Garden City here. And I'm not trying to downplay Garden City, but it's had a bad reputation for a reason. My friends I grew up with in high school owned bookstores, print shops, and her and her husband traveled Idaho, all small towns, writing books about the small towns in Idaho. She has passed. I've contacted the family and I said, okay, if somebody's going to open up a small bookstore, what's it going to take for business wise? They said there's no profit in new and used books both. So you're talking 20 to 30 customers, paying customers per hour. So when you're looking at this parking, you better take that into consideration. This is not the people that don't buy. This is the people that are purchasing. Are you going to have parking for that many people in this area? This is just the bookstore. And they're also talking about seating for 50 in the back. And at her meeting, she specifically said her main income would be from beer and from wine. And I get that because you're not going to make it from the books. So one of my biggest concerns is without a great business plan, this fails. You guys have already said, hey, sports pub, go ahead and move in here and buy it from her. we can't think like that because that's how Garden City got themselves where they're at. So that's one of my main concerns. I just want to get that across because I invested heavily 25 years ago in Meridian. I really hope to stay here because of the way Nampa is growing. And now, from what I was told at the last meeting, the plans for this city, I already need to think about moving away because of the plans for Meridian going forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay, yep. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide?
I'm Elizabeth Burgess and I live in 120 East State Avenue. I'm 2 blocks away. Regarding wanting to keep it in the core, anymore, those buildings are owned by people that make it unfeasible for small people starting out to afford rent. From my understanding, Chelsea was able to purchase a home and wanted to make it a vibrant community. So she bought it thinking that she could utilize it as a business. And I'm not very prepared for this, but it's very frustrating to hear that we have Old Town as a mixed use, but then we're not letting businesses expand into that Old Town use. So as a resident that walks to multiple businesses, I do own Hidden Gem Events on the corner of State and Second, where I do have a conditional use permit. So if she ever needs to have big events there, she can have them at my facility if that's an issue. But I walk everywhere downtown. I've never seen any issues with other businesses, and I'm just gonna ramble. So I'm done.
Thank you. Council, any questions? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Warner. I live at 435 East State Avenue. So just a block away from the proposed Pro Collective, the bookstore. And I think I like the idea of a bookstore, and I like the idea of how it was presented. And during the presentation, I found myself kind of leaning in favor of having this establishment in my neighborhood, which is about a stone's throw away. But as I began to contemplate that more and more, I began to kind of juxtapose this business with my family. And I look at, the 5 children that I've raised at this home that I've lived in for over 10 years. And one of my children was actually birthed in the home itself. And I just don't see a fit. I really don't, as I, peer across the street at my neighbors or the families who live across the street. And I don't see how this is going to fit into our community at all. And I think part of it, the big reason I think is the location. I think the parking is going to be problematic. I do live across the street from the bridal shop, and before that it was a music lesson studio, and the parking was problematic. I mean, they parked in front of my house. There was nothing I could really do about it. I just kind of, live and let live, so to speak. But I think for other neighbors who are even closer, it's going to be more problematic if we're talking about, 15 to 20 vehicles, maybe consistently. And then not only that, but also going throughout the night. As stated earlier, the bridal shop is by appointment only. And to my surprise, there's a lot of people who attend these events to go and buy a dress. And there are several cars that park in front of my house across the street. But again, I think as someone who has 5 children and ages from 15 down to 2.5, we homeschool. So books are a big part of our lives. I mean, my 12-year-old son is halfway through Dune. We read consistently. I've read to my children books that probably most adults
don't read, Into the Wild, for example. They really love that book. So we're readers, we're educators, we homeschool. I like the idea of a bookstore. I don't know that the location is a good fit for the downtown, Old Town Meridian.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not going to tell you which one to come. So both of you keep. Very good. Gonna figure it out.
Right. Good evening. Thank you for all the questions. I really appreciate them. My name is Kelsey Medrano. I live at 312 East State Avenue. I'm a native Idahoan and I live directly across from Josh. I want to start by addressing the comments made about sort of the character assassination. And it's not character assassination to argue the merits of this application. It is my understanding at the last hearing, I was unable to participate in that as I'm a service member and I get called away frequently, as you can imagine. So it's my understanding that at the last hearing, us residents were painted in this villainous light, trying to crush someone's dream, which is not only unfair, but wholly untrue. We think the dream that the applicant has is commendable, but the parcel in question is simply not compatible in this location, which is in the middle of the residential area. We are not a mob with pitchforks trying to run the applicant out of town. We are citizens of this community, the city, and the state who want the historical residential integrity preserved. So I'd like to address a couple things that I've heard come up in the testimony and in the presentation. I would like to pose the question of how can you create more spaces to live by reducing the residential area? Also, what the applicant has described versus the testimony given by those in favor are two wildly different establishments. What the applicant described as a micro cafe and bookstore serving beer and wine is then being described by those giving testimony in favor as a welcoming establishment for children and children's reading and literacy. And I am absolutely in favor of literacy and bookstores. So again, we are not a villainous mob trying to crush someone's dream. It was also described as close proximity to residential properties. But again, this is misleading. This property is in the middle of a residential area, not just a close proximity, it is next door. I would like to also ask, how will landscaping with some shrubbery mitigate noise coming from a cafe unless you intend to encapsulate the property in nothing less than a self-contained biodome? I live next door to a neighbor who frequently plays music from a speaker well into the hours of the evening, and it's very easy for me to hear that. The applicant used the botanical gardens as an example, which is once again misleading because the botanical gardens are not in the middle of a residential area and have acres more space than the parcel in question. The applicant stated her sentiments for historical preservation, but this rezoning sets the precedence for the slow erosion of the historical residential area that remains in this community.
And if you can wrap up, please.
Yes. So my final statements, I would like to just summarize by saying this comes down to the precedent setting and the slow erosion of what remains of the historical residential homes in Meridian. If this rezone is approved, I implore you to please vote no on this measure for the preservation of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sorry, right here. Sorry. Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate kind of you trying to kind of talk about some of these things specifically, because it kind of is how my questions started tonight. To me, it's not about the bookstore, right? It's not about should we have an independent bookstore in downtown Meridian? It is about the rezone and the uses that can come with that. And so I think that's where some of the questions from council is coming from is we do have commercial use along in and around that area, again, across the street. So is it kind of your belief, because you used a term that I really liked, historical residential integrity. That got kind of my mind spinning. So if that is the case, then should we just be opposed to commercial usage along Old Town and some of the ideas that have been contemplated for years about Old Town? Do we abandon that? Is it? I mean, that's the part I think that I'm struggling with, right? Is that it's okay across the street, it's okay kitty corner. The uses, I think Councilmember Schrader is trying to do a good job of trying to couch the use to minimize the negative impact. But to me, I'm thinking about the rezone piece. And so help me kind of understand what your thoughts are as a resident about rezoning and allowing these types of use, allowing more commercial use in this area.
All right, so I guess my immediate answer would be certainly no. It's not just a blanket no to no commercial use. Okay. I guess I would probably espouse a lot of what Josh said, that it certainly is. It's a difficult question, right? You've got the interest of growth to think about, but then you also have to think about how does this affect the community members? Yeah. So it's a very difficult question. I don't know that I am the expert on that, nor am I trying to pretend that I am. So my answer is certainly, I don't think that the answer is a blanket no to any commercial use. As Becky pointed out, their business, it certainly is right across the street, but again, it is not an assemblage. It's a satellite's not the word that I'm trying to use, but it's a sort of almost like a staging area. It's not frequented by customers. And again, the parking isn't used up, but they're not using anybody else's parking. Those vehicles are staged in their parking area and in the space that they have for that. So again, I'm trying not to ramble. So my immediate answer would certainly be no. It's not a blanket no that us residents are trying to stymie any of that growth. I feel like the heart of our sentiment is that, again, we are not trying to crush someone's dream, and we all are in favor of literacy. And we live kitty corner from Coal Valley Christian, and it's not a matter of us trying to assassinate someone's character or I think the phrase was used by someone that we're the not in my backyard crowd. Well, I would say to a degree, the not in my backyard is somewhat true, but in the sense that it has to do with the type of use. It would, I think, as Josh said, it would be a totally different conversation if this were just a bookstore. And that's why I mentioned in my statement, there are two wildly different pictures being painted by the applicant's presentation and what the testimony being given. In the applicant's description, it's a micro cafe serving beer and wine, but in the testimony of those in favor, we're talking about how little kids are coming and they're so excited to frequent this establishment. So again, how can we give an educated and solid answer or response when there still seems to be somewhat of an element of vagueness as to what this establishment really is? And we don't, again, I think there was the nightclub description throughout. We are considering it a nightclub. Again, our main concern is it's in a residential area. This is not just close proximity. It is next door. Like Josh said, he can see into this patio. No, I can't see into the patio, but I am directly across from Josh on the street. So it is in the residential neighborhood, not just close proximity. So I think I've answered the question. So I don't want to segue too much.
Councilman
And maybe I just want to give you an opportunity. That neighbor that was playing music until all hours of the morning, that wasn't Josh, right?
That was not Josh. No, that is the neighbor to my left. And he doesn't play till all hours of the night, but it's certainly late into the evening. So like, again, I would agree with him. I think that if we were talking about just a straight bookstore, we're not talking about a gathering place that's playing live music. I get that it's an acoustic guitar, but again, I can hear my neighbor's portable speaker in my bedroom. So, if it is how am I trying to say that? It comes down to the actual use the hours, the parking. Again, we are not trying to crush someone's dream. We are all in favor of, and that's why we all moved here. Like I said, I'm an Idaho native. I was born in Boise. I grew up in Kuna. I'm a graduate of Kuna High School. You know, I left for my first year of college, went down to New Mexico, but I realized after that Idaho is where my heart belongs. And I choose to specifically enlist in the Idaho Air National Guard so that I would remain as a civil servant in my state. So my heart is here. And so my heart is absolutely to see this historical integrity, the historical factor and the integrity preserved. I'm trying not to ramble, but did I answer your question?
You did. Thank you very
Okay.
much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Councilman Pro.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. You had mentioned that this is a residential area, and that's tough because that's not exactly clear what that means. So, you know, the downtown living, the apartments downtown, or the houses in the core, are those not also considered residential living spaces? And so I'm not questioning you. I'm just kind of, you know, throwing questions out there about what is considered a residential area. Nationwide, there's a huge growth in demand towards mixed use types of areas so that people can be more flexible and walk and those kinds of things, especially with the cost of living. But we want Meridian to still be Meridian, of course. We don't want to just say, well, this is happening in other places. We want it to keep its own identity. But I want to get with that being said, I want to get an understanding from you of when does it become not a residential area? When does that change? Does there have to be a number of buildings that are converted? Does there have to be the proximity to a commercial? Like, when does it not become residential? Because the future designation that was decided by our public is that it's Old Town. It's what the applicant's asking for. And so that wasn't a decision that was just unilaterally made by the city, and it was almost 2 years worth of public input. So just help me understand from your perspective, when you say residential area, is that like within so many houses, you know, just what exactly does that mean?
I guess if you're asking for my opinion specifically, me personally, I would categorize a residential area as one where a majority of the homes are occupied by families, so to speak, that are not occupied by businesses. And again, we have the bridal shop that's just down the block. We have the Lowe's business on the corner. But the majority, and I obviously don't have a figure or a number to give you, but I guess my reflexive answer would just be, I would consider a residential area one in which the majority of homes are occupied by individuals and not a business. And I don't know how better to just answer that off the cuff. I just would like to reiterate, and I'm not trying to be combative, that I think that this boils down to what is the business? Is it going to be from 10 to 10, or is it going to be maybe 8 to 6? Is it just a bookstore, or are we having live music and beer and wine? These are very different establishments. So it's very hard for us to say one way or the other. And again, I think we would be having a very different conversation if this were just a bookstore operating between the hours of, say, 8 to 6.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up, if I may.
That's one pro.
I'm not trying to be the devil's advocate. I really do want to understand, and we can finish the conversation in another meeting, but we are working on our downtown plan, and we do want that this does help us. I mean, this is coming at a good time in the sense of we want to understand the thinking of downtown residents and the role that they see themselves play in our community, because we don't get an opportunity to do that very much. So we are asking questions like, You know, if you decide to rent your house or turn it into an Airbnb, are you a business or are you a resident? And we need to understand more, because these are the questions that are getting to asked to us now as our downtown transforms, to really define what a residence and what a business is. Can you have both? You know, so yes, you are correct in that there needs to be clarity on the definition of how it's going to be used. But that I appreciate all of our residents here who are talking about their ideas of what a business is, what a residence is. So thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony? Okay.
Hi.
Good evening.
I am not used to speaking, and I'm doing this because Chelsea's not only my friend, but I feel that I'd like to make some sort of an impact if I could.
If you can start with your name and address, please.
My name is Maite Castro. I live at 577 North Eagle Hills Way in Eagle, Idaho. I would like to also ask a question. I did write a comment. I'm not sure if that was read beforehand, but touching base on a little bit of what I wrote about my residency history. I was born and raised here in the Treasure Valley. I lived in a lot of the cities around here. My mom was a single mom, so I moved around a lot. I eventually left for almost 2 years, not by choice, but because it was a transition in my mom's life. And I lived in St. George, Utah, and I don't know if anyone's ever been there, but it was very small in 2011, and now it's grown tremendously. I have a lot of friends that I would have graduated with high school if I wouldn't have left that have spoken about what that growth has kind of done to them, and being able to see the growth here within the Treasure Valley and what that's done, you know, for a local. It at first was very upsetting, and then I started to realize that it was inevitable. And I guess coming up here, I just wanted to state that it's something that us as human beings, we all know that change is inevitable. Growth is inevitable. And when we're speaking about having a small business or something that is impeding on a residential area, I think about Roosevelt Market. And I used to go to Roosevelt Elementary School, and right across the way was that market. And I remember as a little kid after school, I'd beg my mom to go over there and get a lollipop or something before I went home, because I thought it was the cutest little store. And yes, it wasn't noisy, but then I lived in Southeast Boise, and down the street from Liberty Elementary, which is a school I also attended, was a daycare center. And that daycare center had kids screaming. And of course, parents are going to pick those kids up, you know, before 4 o'clock or 5 when school gets out. I guess what I'm saying is all of these valid oppositions coming from both ends. I can see them both. I can see them from the local side, and I can see them from my dear beloved friend I met in 2021. I guess what I'm trying to say is,
You can conclude, please.
she is a very compassionate person. She is for the community. This is nothing to have, in me knowing her character, this is nothing to have truly wanting to impede on the locals and the residents around 4th Street Books. So
Right.
thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Judy Larson.
I live at 331 East State Avenue. And the bookstore is like from me to you from my house. And their backyard is right there. So my husband sits in the garage with the door open, facing Pine, and that's where he is most of the day. So if there's the mic and everybody walking around, it's going to really be disruptive for our family. Sorry. And we have the windows open and different things in the house for the summertime. And it's halfway quiet. The bookstore has an open mic and it's going to be way too noisy. We have 5 great-grandchildren that live behind the bookstore that play in the vacant lot behind there. They play up and down the alley and in the lot. So if there's extra cars, that's not good. I'm not opposed to her bookstore. It's all the other stuff that she's adding on to it that really I'm not okay with. If it's just a bookstore, that's fine. And if it's open reasonable hours, that's fine. But it's just too close and there's no parking. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? If I could get a raise of hands, if anyone else is, we're trying to look for the time that we're going to take a break. Is this the last person speaking? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kate Ahern. I'm at 5095 North Maplestone Avenue, Meridian 83646. So I am Northwest Meridian. I am not within walking distance to anything, let alone downtown, but I love this community and I am actively involved in all manner of programs and local things going on. And so I think, like everybody here, deeply invested in making sure that this community thrives in all areas, not just this one specific area. And I, before everybody gasps in horror, I moved here from California. My dad was in the military. So yeah, I moved around all over the place. I lived in small towns, big towns, you know, one of them being Pocatello. And when we lived in Pocatello, we lived in downtown in a historic house that was, you know, on the main road was the other side of our street, right? And you know, I didn't see a whole lot of change while I was there. I was a kid, but I can tell you that some of my most cherished memories are from having that kind of access to community without having to go very far for it. And you know, my dad was deployed all the time. My mom was there trying to make sure we had, you know, all the fun things that we were supposed to be doing as kids, and walking down to Harvest Co. and you know, talking her into buying cookies and stuff. Like those are the things that I think of as a kid. And so I know everybody's concerned about children, but I think that, you know, we can hope that they would do better than we think they would. And as far as, you know, my patronage there, I don't know the owners. I'm an avid reader. I am a part of a lot of book clubs. And my book club currently meets at a cafe called Cafina in Garden City, which I happen to think Garden City is wonderful, but okay. You know, we go there because it's like cool vibes and cozy seating, and you can talk about your books and have a glass of wine. Having alcohol available does not mean that this is going to be, you know, a turned up event every single night. Like, you know, this book club meets, maybe have a glass of wine. I also take my kids there for snacks and smoothies. Like this is This is not a binary situation where it's either a docile bookstore or this, bar that's been portrayed. And I think that if there can be some acknowledgement that they seem to have been very thoughtful about how to go about this and making sure that it's not, a crazy cafe situation where, we go to Sunrise all the time. And like I said, I'm not walking anywhere from where I'm from. So you're dealing with my parking on busy Saturday mornings to try to have brunch with my family no matter what. So I think that it's been thoughtfully presented, and I hope that it will come down to more than just parking, even though that's important.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Council questions. Oop, don't go very far.
Mayor, I'd hate to have the opportunity to pass to acknowledge, I think this is the first time in our city council meeting the term turned up has been used. So,
We're talking about nightclubs. It's
And the question, I don't know how close we are in age, but Price's Corner, Big Gary's in Pocatello, any of those ring a bell? Were you in?
okay, so it was the 90s for me. And we were there when it changed from Purrington's to Ridley's. And so that was big drama in Pocatello.
Okay, so Big Gary's still would have been there, but Price's Corner was big on, but they had the best fries in downtown.
Oh,
Pocatello,
okay.
so
Yeah, I remember that.
anyways, I would have been in a lot of trouble. I was living in that area at that time. Thank you. Okay, so with that, just make sure we have one person online who, if they wish to testify, do they want to raise their hand? Then council, we will go ahead and take a break and reconvene at about 9:15. All right, council, we will go ahead and come back from our recess. Thank you for allowing us that time. We will go ahead and bring the applicant back up for final remarks.
Do I say my name?
Be helpful, yes.
Okay, Ashley Pizzini, EV Studio. So I just wanted to help address some of the occupancy calculation questions. So we'll work with the building department on it, but per the IBC, the use will be under mercantile occupancy on the inside of the structure, which is calculated at 60 gross. So that'll be against the square footage to get the occupancy number inside, which we're calculating 10 to 12 occupants inside the bookstore. And then in the backyard and the front porch, they would both be classified as an assembly use. So that would be under 15 net. But in the backyard, there's a lot of square footage back there. So at 15 net, we would have a very high number of occupants. So in order to mitigate that, we counted by seat per bench that we have in the backyard. So we got 30 occupants back there. And then at the front porch, we have 10 to 12 occupants also per seat, calculated per seat.
Looking at a full house for an event evening, it would be close to 50 to 60 max. And all of those events would be ticketed. I'm Chelsea Major again. And first, I just want to say thank you. I know this is, again, part of your job, Mr. Mayor and the council, but I really do appreciate you taking the time to listen to all the perspectives. I mean, it's one of the things I love about books is they teach us to hear, understand something that's beyond ourselves. And so that's partly why I'm here today, is because of the power of those books. I also recognize that this is a business, and what we're here to talk about is really the rezone request. So I did want to just kind of say I have some, I don't know if they're considered concessions, but like I'm very open to some of the dialogue that I heard here. I'm more than happy to have an agreement that adjusts and talks through those hours and lock that in terms of how late we open. I'm also open to, which I think this is already part of what's we've heard you say, Stacey, as well, which is not having an outdoor mic system. That wouldn't be, it's not allowed anyway, but I'm happy to put that into some sort of writing for clarity's sake, if that's helpful. And I think, you know, just speaking today, kind of looking at that space is you have that property across the street. We have the Logue's business. To the left is an Airbnb that was updated in the last, I think, year and a half. They're like 70s themed. And then there's an alleyway and behind is a lot, which we've already heard a little bit about, and people playing in that lot as well. So we're really aware of the concerns, but hopefully we're focused on what we want to bring in, which is a bookstore with an ability to sit down, have a glass of wine, talk about a book. I also wanted to clarify the open mic, because I think, again, there's confusion around that. Open mic is not open mic guitar playing. Anyone brings in their musical abilities. It's actually a literary open mic, which would be more micless and come bring your work for the first time to read it out loud. So again, imagining people in the backyard sitting, listening to a person reading a couple poems, a person reading a selection of passages from a book they're working on, that sort of thing. Not an open mic, loud music, loudspeaker situation. Is there anything else we wanted to address? So I'm here for questions, but again, you know, we really do want to make this a space that is meaningful for the community, and I'm happy to continue to refine, whether that's through a development agreement or whatever else may be helpful to mitigate some of the concerns.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
one quick question. Chelsea or Ashley, whichever one of you.
Yes, sir.
You're putting in a nice handicapped ramp in front of the house.
That's correct. So on the when you're facing the house, the side closest to Pine will actually be adding a ramp there, which will expand that front porch seating as well.
Where's the closest handicapped parking spot?
So since we have the two front parallel parking on the frontage of the property, there's a accessible ramp side towards the alley. up onto the sidewalk that would guide you to that accessible ramp.
Two people are parked there because it's not a marked handicap spot. Where's the closest handicap spot to the house? Do you know?
It would be in one of the designated parking lots in Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So it's not uncommon for us in public hearings to have two good possibilities, meaning a bookstore as a great asset to our community, but also keeping a historic home as a residential use is also a great asset. So there's the good and the good. And so in these decisions, what I have found, at least, that seems to be the best way to go about finding a solution is not for us as the council members to tell you what we think that you should do. It's for you to have heard your neighbors and then to tell us what you're willing to do and to address their concerns, and then convince us that that sufficiently addresses the concerns such that you can still operate your business. That's what I would invite you to do this evening if you are able, because I don't feel comfortable sort of legislating how you would be able to run your business in terms of hours, in terms of what you serve. For me, I would want you to listen to your neighbors and let me know how you're going to accommodate their concerns.
No, that's helpful feedback. And I'm just thinking in terms of next steps. I'm more than happy to have more conversation. I think the challenge is parking. I can't solve for that beyond what we've outlined already. Meaning we have looked at parking on Pine. We see that there are parking that appears to be available today. There appears to be parking that's within, less than 3-minute walk. And then there also is other modes of transportation. So I think that's one area I don't know what a concession would look like. So again, open for feedback or thoughts around that. But in terms of the timing of the establishment, we do want to go into the evening now. Again, starting with a reduced schedule, I think is intentional. And whether or not we did like weekday versus weeknights, that's definitely something, or weekends, that's something we're open to as well. So I guess question back would be, what would be a good next step at this point, at this juncture?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
jump in a little bit on that question, which is a great question. So kind of quietly soaking up the comments from yourself and from the neighborhood, friends, folks I know, chamber. And I can tell you in a different context, what we have done in projects, if they were to get approved, is we certainly do a development agreement. And sometimes those are very narrowly crafted. So to answer your question, what could happen is a development agreement that limits the use, not to Old Town uses, but to your specific use and none other. Carefully described to clear up any ambiguities about what the use is and the ancillary uses as well. It also includes parameters on either limiting or excluding outdoor sound amplification. It may include limiting or eliminating outdoor lighting. It could impact and you could agree to impose upon yourself a more restrictive hours of operation. Your application references an idea, perhaps the first 12 or 16 months, it might be limited from noon to 9 p.m. Those are big major decisions. You're taking massive risk trying to start this business. So limiting hours is a big decision for you. But that's another element that would go into a development agreement. Another might be a parking matter. You don't control much of it, but in some contexts, the one employee parking, maybe that's the handicap stall. Maybe that's dedicated to try and address and ensure employees can walk, and you're going to preserve that just to make it a little better for your customers. Those are some of the main discussion points that I'd heard. that I think you would have to consider how you would comfortably articulate limits on your business to do what you're doing. The reason I go through all of that is decision-making process in my eyes is very long-term, in that it's not designed because you're a great person or not, or I'm friends with the folks in the back corner or not, or Josh and the chamber and Sean, and I adore a lot of people in this room. And we do not decide on anything like that. Trying to figure out a way to make this all successful. So whatever the decision is, when everyone here is gone, this decision could be successful for everyone else who's here, including us. So that's why I'm ploddingly getting through to a decision in this, because it's really important. Much broader than just, who's in this room, longer term. So with that, I think your idea is fantastic. I think what you're trying to do is fantastic. And I hope would be extremely successful. And I am very delicate in the balance, because everyone who testified in this room on things that weren't personal, it's kind of right, because it's how they feel. And they feel like the parking won't be enough, and they feel like it might be, I think everyone's feelings about this are all valid. So trying to figure out, is there a way to create a DA that addresses all of those concerns and finds a balance? I applaud you also for having the perspective of agreeing to go halfway and create some balance, limiting those lights, sound, hours in a way that can be successful. So one of the questions to you is if you think tonight you're able to articulate limitations. Some are more absolute. If it's, for example, no outdoor sound amplification. If that's a condition in a DA and you think that's acceptable, there's an easy one, low-hanging fruit. A second one, exterior lighting. I don't know if that was of concern.
What we had listed in the back was string lighting, and that were, kind of covered, so it doesn't have a large kind of impact.
So you can appreciate the concern of those immediately around you, and the Everett's in particular address that concern. Hours of operation. Now, might be mindful when a DA gets approved on a project, an applicant can always come back and request to modify a DA. And so, for example, the hours of operation might be limited, X to Y. And after a year or two, there might be grounds for an applicant to come back and say, you know what, let's modify and expand that, because it's not as bad, for example, as we thought it might be. We erred on the side of a little more restriction, knowing we might be able to ask to change it later on. Are there hours of operation that you think would be probably more restrictive than you wish you could do, but something to try to address the concerns? And I referenced your noon to 9 p.m. as one example instead of 10 p.m.
Yeah, and I think, noon to 9 p.m. is definitely doable for at least the first year. And so I do technology consulting. That's my other thing that I do. And one of the things we always talk about is what's MVP, right? What's the minimal viable product? What does it look like to get it out the door, to try something, to get feedback, to understand if it works? And I think that's a very, palatable thing to be thinking about here. That's why we started with the pop-up bookstore, because I didn't have the backing, I didn't have the finances, I didn't have the detail of what my customers needed to do a bookstore. So when I think about what does MVP look like for the brick and mortar, I think it's get the brick and mortar open, have coffee and tea. We're still going to be working on getting a beer and wine license, because that's a separate process. I think having a limited hours, 12 to 9 p.m. is realistic. I think I would want to look at, do we want to add on Wednesday if that is the case? But that would be definitely something I could see as realistic.
Okay. And the parking idea is kind of from left field, but Councilman Overton raised it, which is a good thing to be mindful of. It might be an additional element. Any comments on that?
I like the idea of in the alley. I think we would want to just make sure that that is feasible. I know initially we talked about having no parking for customers in the alley. So if that was one spot available in the alley, I feel like that could lead to confusion. I'm open for thoughts though on that. Yeah.
Some of them might be difficult to resolve here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if that one we can resolve here, but I do want to make sure that this is an accessible place. This is very important to us.
And last comment, I traveled around and I go to every bookstore, little independent one as well. I've been to readings. Some of our life experiences help inform our decisions as well. So none of the events I've seen, the consumption of alcohol is very ancillary to it. The folks that go, they might have a glass or a drink to enjoy as part of the event itself, but I don't think that would be a concern. And whether it's a small or large percentage of your gross revenue, that's your business. I just don't think the consumption of alcohol is an overwhelming element that would cause me concern.
And I would clarify, when we wrote the initial business plan, we didn't write it with the cafe element. We added it on because we saw the history of bookstores that were closing and they didn't have a reason to have people continue to stay. So it was an additional add-on to that initial plan, but with the understanding that it would be supplementary. It wouldn't be the primary reason people are going there is not just to drink, it's to fellowship and to be in community. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for your
So, yeah,
feedback and
those
advice.
thoughts and ideas. If a DA were to go forward, from my perspective, I would feel most comfortable if it was very narrowly tailored to fit your specific business. So if it at some point were to sell and a new buyer wanted to do some different use that would otherwise be allowed in an old time zone, in an old town zoning, they couldn't do it without coming back before the council that's up here and request to modify your DA. And then that future council and the public can make that decision at a public hearing.
And that was something we did discuss in the neighborhood meeting and we didn't know how we would actualize that. So if that's definitely an option, we're not opposed to it. Our goal is to be here for the long haul.
Sure.
We bought our house on Third with the plan to raise, children in it. So
Fantastic.
we're here to stick around.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and it's not concept picking on you or the application, but we've done it elsewhere when we want to be very purposeful.
I don't take it personally.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you, Mrs. Major, for coming, presenting. I love the concept. You say you're community minded. I think you have an opportunity in front of you to engage with the community in a very real way with your business to try to get it to a place of compromise where everyone hopefully can live with it and be happy. I agree completely with Councilman Borden's comments. I think that's spot on. I think crafting a development agreement along those lines go a long way toward mitigating some of the fears I think that people have. One thing and a question I had actually, which I appreciate you and your colleague answering, was how many people could actually sit in the back. And so, one thing I would encourage you to think about, and another way to try to tackle it, you have a friend with a larger event space, maybe, in discussions, you could decide that an event with more than a certain number of people, it's ticketed, so you can control that would be held at your friend's venue, things like that. Those could all be good ways to try to tackle it. I think the hours of operation is something that you clearly are open to. I appreciate the clarification that the open mic is not an actual microphone. I think that's important because people hear open mic and I don't blame them. I would think the same thing. Like I picture a microphone plugged in. So if that's not the case, I think that's very reassuring, but I think that would have to be in the development agreement, right? No amplified sound, no speakers. If you're limiting yourself to string lights, I think those are hopefully okay. But a question for you, I think, is do you want to craft this development agreement here tonight, or would you like a continuance to reflect further, perhaps work with the neighbors and, or however you want to approach it, but it's a sort of guess, tactical and a business question for you. Are you ready to sort of make some of those decisions, knowing that they would really impact your business, and ask for a decision tonight and try to work through that provisions of a development agreement? Or are you gonna want to, maybe take a couple weeks to work through that and then come back? Just trying to kind of prompt that thought process.
Yeah, and I also want to be sensitive to the time. I know I don't know how long these normally go for. Solid answer. I definitely have clarity on the items that I've listed. I think the question is whether or not they would be considered amenable to our residents that we have here.
And I don't want to be presumptuous to the other council members that are up here as well on their openness or willingness. And I'll just throw out one other do you need the backyard for your proof of concept? Is that a necessary first step or not? I'm just going to leave it there. I don't expect an answer, but as part of the conversation, because that seems to be where there's a fair amount of the question marks, is what happens outside versus inside. And I thought the inside had ample space for most likely events, but what do I know? Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, a question for either Stacy or Bill. If that temporary use permit for outdoor events is 160 days, so typically that'd be the warmer weather months. Is that limited, or is it just 160 days, whatever dates they choose, evenings they choose, days they choose to use that permit? Is there restrictions on that? Can there be restrictions on that?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Hoagland, yeah, there definitely can be restrictions. I mean, we do have to work with the applicant to figure out what they're doing and when they're doing it, because generally it is certain types of businesses, like a food truck, for example, may want 160 days in a row. But many other types of businesses want them for, 3 days here, 3 days here. They want it over a period of time because of the type of activity. So there really can be a lot of work going into these TUPs, and they do go through the police department as well to weigh in, at the clerk's office, my office. So yeah, we do a lot of work on trying to fashion what it is. So, and again, we're trying to look at what's going to be disruptive and what's going to be impactful to neighbors and things like that. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, and those are important because, we're dealing with people right next to a facility. If this gets approved, that could be, you have neighbors and and they're back fence neighbors and they're nice people and they have a birthday party for their kid and it's a big birthday party and there's lots of noise and yelling and whatever, but hey, it's a birthday party and you put up with it, no big deal. But if you have that every Saturday night or during the day, all summer long, boy, you're impacting the quality of life of the people who live there.
And I think about that from a programming standpoint, we would ideally start small and have, 1 to 2 events. And I guess there's a definitional clarification I would like to understand as well is, does the temporary use permit mean that we can't use the backyard space at all, or is that for event permission? Because I'm thinking, for example, a book club. Is a book club an event?
That, Mr. Mayor, I would leave that to Mr. Neri to respond to. To me, it doesn't seem like it's an event as opposed to you're having people over for a
For a
specific.
reading or
an
author
event.
series?
Yeah, Mr. Members of Council, let me just pull that up really quick. It really kind of does depend on what the event is. 10 people over for a book club is not likely to trigger the TUP requirement. It is always a conversation with the clerk's office, planning, legal department, fire department, police department on what is it, because it is hard to know. And again, oftentimes the event people don't know. They think it's going to be 500 people or 100 people, and it's really 10. Sometimes they think it's 10 people, and it means being 50.
Sure.
So I think a lot of it is trying to figure out to navigate through that. So,
Mr. Mayor, to kind of continue, just a few things. I think Councilman Borton mentioned, life experience kind of comes into play and you look at things through that lens. And, And Chelsea, I love your concept. I just think it's fantastic. I can see myself there having the books. I take my coffee with cream, being outside, that sort of thing. It's a great concept. And in the 80s, my wife had a business and it's the same thing. She loves chocolate. She makes gourmet chocolates and has this wonderful product, but she knew because of the holiday seasons, that's the big time. But okay, then we had a sandwich as part of it. And then there's Elsa's ice cream she included in that because you have to cover all your bases. So you're approaching it just right from that business standpoint of making sure you can have a good income flow throughout the year. And obviously with the friends that testified, you market well, you're out there in the community, and that's all a good thing. And you want to grow this business, and nothing wrong with that. But would you outgrow the space? What does that do to that particular location? In my neighborhood, because I hear this all the time, we have patio homes senior citizens live in, and there's full landscaping here. They have a sidewalk on the back. There's a strip mall area or just a business commercial. Everything's zoned commercial. So people know that when the houses were built, that's commercial. And you had chiropractors and an insurance office and some other things, 8 to 5, 8 to 6, worked out well. 2 restaurants moved in, outdoor patios. Do you know the complaints I get from senior citizens about not being able to sit on their patio to enjoy their evening? It's a lot. It is a lot. So that's part of my experience that is being colored here from those people being impacted because other people are out having a good time and enjoying their time. Fortunately, the one restaurant quit after he heard the neighbors complain, because you need to talk to them. They quit playing the music. I mean, they had live music, and they're trying to enjoy their evenings. And so that's why when people talk about their home, and this is a quandary because this is an area we want to have this vibrancy. Like I said, I love your vision for that. It's just fantastic. But at the same time, the impact it has on the people around it. If this were on the corner or over a block, then or a little more space, you had the vacant lot for parking. And that's the other thing, the event thing. We had a major discussion here, it's been several months, and with a major parking lot. But because of what they're proposing and the neighbors farther away, it was an issue. And they remodified their plan and everything, and we're still not sure how it's going to work. But if you have an event, 40 people, and they're going to be coming in, I don't know where you put 40 cars, especially in the evening in a neighborhood area. It's just, and I struggle with it because I see the vision people like Sean and Josh and others have for Old Town. And I know the area very well, by the way. When I moved to Meridian in 1970, I lived on Carlton, right near 3rd Street. So, so I rode my bike all through, even all the alleys. So it was just, I like that place. It has a special place in my heart because of it. And then when I got older, we moved on the other side of town, Northwest 4th Street. So went from, located, went to the other side of the tracks, except the tracks aren't there. So I understand that neighborhood feel and what that's like and the transition. And there's some amazing things happening in Meridian in this area and expanding. And those are the types of visions we want. But in some ways, I'm thinking, is it too soon for that in that particular location? How do we have that transition? And maybe there's not a real answer. And maybe it is investors coming in and buying up 3 houses in a row and then saying, okay, we own these properties. Here's what we plan. We're going to have somebody with insurance. There's going to be a coffee house with events. There's going to be this. I don't know what that looks like, but I do struggle with this application just based on those life experiences and seeing those things that really impact people who want to enjoy their homes. And that's hard. That's hard. So I want you to be successful, but at the same time, I want you to know I'm struggling with this one.
No, thank you. Thank you for feedback.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
you have just listened to 3 of the wisest people up here on this council. Councilman Borton, Councilmember Schrader, and Councilman Hoagland have just told you from 3 different perspectives is spot on. I'm the newest member of this council. but I've lived in this city for 46 years. And I'll tell you right now, I love your concept. I don't ever want to have a business come up here and set you up to fail. And what I'm concerned about to kind of try to tie all these three together is I'm struggling with approving it in this location today. But I'm also struggling with trying to whittle down your business plan to such a point that we try to approve it and that we don't set you up for success. You have a business plan, and if we start whittling down how you operate to the point that you struggle trying to get a business off the ground, then we're really not succeeding. So when Councilman Strader talked about maybe getting a continuance, think about what's most important and where you go from here. I'll tell you right now, I'm struggling with this. I like the term that was mentioned earlier that was called the leapfrog development. That was insightful to me. I think this is a couple blocks too far into current residential for what we want today.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner.
I've been looking through the temporary use standards to help maybe that question that arose. So basically, and a temporary use permit is needed to do something you're not currently allowed to do in the situation you're in. So for example, if this business were to sell beer and wine, there is going to be a footprint that has to be approved by both the state and the city. So if the yard is part of the footprint of the serving area, that has to be approved by both the state and the city. So that means, again, they could have a beer in the backyard, and again, if they're reading books and whatever, that's fine. Again, I think the temporary is going to come into play, like Stacy said earlier, when they want to put up a tent because they're going to have a larger event or it's the middle of the summer. They want to put up lights, or they want to have a speaker system. They want to have something more than what they're allowed, because right now, what you're talking about from the DA standard is that they wouldn't have any outside amplification. They wouldn't have any large scale lighting. They wouldn't be allowed to do those types of events there. They're talking about ticketed events that have more than 10 or 15 people. So normally we don't do temporary permits for 10 or 15 people. Usually is an actual event that's based on what the activity they're planning to do and what the potential draw could be. So I don't know if that answers totally the question, but it really is, there really is a lot of other things in play and restrictions that may come into place, but that's kind of the temporary use piece of it. So just to answer your question, it may or may not be necessary for just the average daily use of that space, because the yard and the interior is probably going to be part of the same premise. So.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Conversation tonight. I talk a lot about my love of local government when I'm up here because it's the closest to the people. And I was talking to somebody in the break, and they're like, "Oh, I don't understand how you can do this, right? You know, we're going on 3 hours talking about something that is about one particular piece of property in our community." But I love the conversation from our council. I want to be real upfront. I came in tonight echoing some of the comments of my fellow council members that maybe this is a block or two too far right now. So I appreciate the public testimony. What I heard and saw tonight was, man, there's this business here, and there's this business across the street, and there's this business that's kitty corner. And so it really opened my eyes about what is our downtown going to be? Oftentimes here at the city council, we have a large scale residential application with lots of homes that's in the county, right? So it's coming up to the county. And we hear from our citizens who live in the county that kind of say they didn't move to Meridian, Meridian moved to them. And there's a little of this kind of in play, right? Is that downtown for so many years was this little kind of four corners of commercial business with residential that surrounded it. And for lots of mayors and lots of people who wanted to be mayor, talk about wanting to grow the economic vitality of downtown Meridian. And this is that. And so I'm starting to kind of think to myself, well, what does downtown Meridian look like 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, or 50 years from now when we're all not here? And this may be a struggle for some people, but I think it is more commercial businesses than are there today. And that's going to be a challenge for our community, for our existing residential neighbors, for our existing businesses. But what I've seen today, though, is that there are businesses that are in this area. And it came back to some of my initial questions with you earlier tonight is what makes this business different than the other business that are existing? What makes this particular piece of property necessary for your business success? And I think the conclusion that I have drawn is to the good conversations of Council Member Borton and Strader is some narrowing, perhaps some increasing of some sideboards now with the opportunity to come back at a later point in time in the future. That as our community grows and expands commercially, that maybe your business grows and expands commercially as well, that I think I could be supportive of this tonight. So I know we're not necessarily at that deliberation mode, but we've heard some deliberation from council members. And so I just wanted to add my 2 cents. As I started my comments earlier, I think this is a great business. This is going to be great for downtown Meridian. And we just need to find the right balance of meeting your business success needs while also managing some of the impact of this business would have on some of your surrounding neighbors.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
just one more thing. I wanted to clarify my comment at the start, and that is that I was not attempting to abdicate making a decision for you, making a decision this evening. It was simply to encourage you to be the one to make the decisions about how your business is going to run. So if you're in agreement with closing at 8 instead of 10, I want you to be the one that comes and says, hey, this is what I'm willing to do. I would much rather hear that from you than for us to suggest those modifications to you. We're willing to do that for sure. We have, and we're willing, as my fellow council has explained, that what that would look like. But I would love for you to come back to us to continue this and come back to us and think about your business model to the extent of, you know, if your sales really are reliant on everything but the books, what does that mean for the future of your business? I don't know. And I want, you know, I want to know is 50%, I want you to know, is 50% of your income to run your business going to be for sales other than books? And then what does that mean if there are limitations put on you such that you wouldn't be able to sell alcohol or you wouldn't be able to stay open late? So I don't want us to sort of sit and make those decisions and come back and say, well, we'd rather you close at 8 and not sell beer and wine. Well, then that's kind of that's an effort in futility, in my opinion. So that's where I was coming from with this, my statement about not wanting to make a decision on your behalf without you really coming to the decision of how those limitations that your neighbors are suggesting would really affect your business.
No, that's helpful clarity. When I came up with this concept in 2021, it was from experience and seeing bookstores that did this same thing elsewhere. And so this wasn't something that is a recent idea that I've thought through. And why I say that is sometimes it's hard to hold the vision, right? For our city, for our community, but we do. And I appreciate your insight and I appreciate all of your advice and guidance, because this is tricky, right? This is, for me, it's uncharted territory. I've had a bookstore, but it's been a very different shape and size. It's been in my guest room for the last year and a half, and I haul it around. So with that, I mean, I definitely think there are some things that I would, not be able to do in order to sustain my business. And for example, keeping it to 9 p.m., I think that's reasonable. But I think if we tried to make it 7 or 8 p.m., that does run into challenges because most people aren't going to go to an event that starts at 5 p.m. I know when they do things sometimes in the city, I get really excited about it. I have that opportunity because I can just walk and get there. But if you have to drop off your kids, if you have to, run home before you come to an event, you kind of want it to start closer to 7 o'clock. So looking at a 7 o'clock start time, 9 p.m. is kind of really hitting on that max. Any other questions? Yeah. Comments, go ahead.
Where'd that come from? I heard you.
We both spoke at the same time.
That's what we're doing.
Yep. So what if we did this? We're all kind of thinking similar with our concerns here. Certainly doesn't sound like it's prudent to proceed. Continuance, if council's willing, seems appropriate, and what you would bring back is that thoughtful list of here's the, from all of the bullet points of topics we've addressed. Here's things, and Councilman Overton's spot on, that I can be very successful within these parameters. I can't do this, but I can do this on hours and light and sound and parking, go talk to Josh and Lori again, right? Hear from your neighbors, listen, get their thoughts on those parameters. And then at that next hearing, bring back and say, you may choose to say, here's what I can agree to, condition my property with a DA that limits it to these parameters. And here's, the work I did to get to those parameters, and we'll see if it's enough to balance the considerations we've talked about. See if it addresses the council's concerns. It may not. See if it addresses the concerns of the public and your neighbors. May or may not, but probably not possible to do that tonight.
It feels a little bit of a daunting task.
A bit daunting, and then you want to get it right, not necessarily right
No,
now.
we want to make sure it aligns with what we need for the community, for the neighbors, as well as for our business. So thank you.
Understood. Okay.
I think Councilman, someone's been working on a potential date.
Yes, if applicant, hopefully you'd be available the 25th of July. It's a Tuesday night, surprise.
Don't think I have book club that night.
Okay. And we can do that. I think Councilwoman Strader, that was kind of your idea, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we continue the public hearing to July 25th.
Second.
We have a motion second to continue the public hearing until July 25th. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
my question either for Councilmember Strader or staff applicant, is the intent to bring back, for the applicant to bring back a development agreement as part of that continuance? So I want to make, I appreciate, you're doing this on your own. And so I want to make sure that we're all clear about kind of what those expectations are for when you come back. So Stacey, I'm looking at you maybe for some direction, or Councilmember Strader for some direction about what we're looking for.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I just to speak for myself, at least what I'd be looking for is set of key points to be included in a development agreement that would be drafted after that public hearing. I would not personally expect a fully drafted development agreement at that point. I think that would be asking for like a little bit cart before the horse type deal.
Okay. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Neri?
Say yes, we would want to do the development agreement after the fact, not before. So I was agreeing with Councilman Strader.
Okay.
Just Mr. Mayor, maybe just
Councilman
an ask for the applicant. You've heard the term we've used a little bit tonight about neighborly. So I'd encourage you to, again, stay engaged with your neighbors. Those that voiced tepid support, a little bit of opposition, very vocal opposition. We try and encourage that as best we can.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
trying to form this thought all evening, and I'm going to make an attempt, but I'll probably babble. So in Idaho, as a state, we've always been supportive of personal property rights. That's something that makes our state incredibly unique to our neighboring states, which is that we really value the ability to do what we like to do within appropriate limitations with our property. And I just want to say that for me, continuing this application to make consideration of the solutions that you might bring and not denying the application this evening is an effort to to honor that personal property right value that our state holds. That's why our state doesn't allow cities to just arbitrarily deny requests for the use of property. That's why we go through this process that other states don't necessarily do. And so I feel any applicant that would come and attempt to put a business in their home, we would give them this equal opportunity to be heard. And I think the process is really important because you never know who will want an open business in downtown at some point. And so I just want to say that we are hearing everyone. We're hearing the neighbors' concerns. Not denying this application does not mean we are not hearing the neighbors' concerns. Absolutely. But we have to stay within the narrow decision-making, limitations that we have regarding this rezone. So this isn't about whether we love bookstores. This isn't about whether, this is just as very narrowly how is this going to affect the community in balance with your right to ask for requests to operate on the property that you own. So I want to say that because I don't want our neighbors to assume that the opportunity for you to come back and bring some additional information is us unequivocally giving a green light. It is just us making sure we have all the information such that our decision is super well thought out.
Thank you.
Council, is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and this item is continued.
Thank you.
Back in July. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 6 this evening. Public hearing for Compass Point subdivision H 2023-0004. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant has submitted applications for Compass Point subdivision, annexation and zoning, preliminary plat, private streets application, and alternative compliance. The size of the property, their site consists of 7.69 acres of land currently zoned RUT in Ada County, located at 3245 and 3247 South Locust Grove. History on the property was an annexation application with preliminary plat, alternative compliance with private streets that was previously denied by council. The comprehensive plan flume designation is medium density residential. And the summary of the request is the preliminary plat is consisting of 21 residential building lots and 6 common lots. With the proposed R8 zoning district, private streets are proposed for internal access within the development. Alternative compliance is requested to UDC to allow the proposed private street to connect to Locust Grove and Arterial Street. Proposed lots range in size from 5,000 to 7,529 square feet. The proposed gross density of the subdivision is 2.96 units per acre. An existing home and outbuilding on the subject property are proposed to be removed with the development of this property. There is alternative compliance to the private street standards is requested due to the triangular shape bordered on 2 sides by arterial streets, on 1 side by the 10-mile creek. There's no opportunity for connectivity to any adjacent site lot, so ACHD prefers private streets within the development. Consequently, because private streets take less right-of-way than public streets, and most notably because of the constraints just noted, the applicant agrees with the assessment and has proposed private streets throughout the development. Based on the analysis, the director is supportive of the request for alternative compliance for the proposed private streets within the development, taking access from an arterial street. City code requires that private streets are to be used in either a new or gated development. So the applicant has proposed to construct a gated entry into the development. The proposed gate looks to meet the setback standard of 50 feet from the ultimate edge of right-of-way per the UDC. Off-street parking is required to be provided with the standards listed in the UDC for single-family dwellings based on the number of bedrooms per unit. Staff will confirm this compliance with these standards at the time of building permit submittal for each residence. The proposed street sections, 24-foot wide with attached sidewalk of the private streets within the development shown on the submitted preliminary plat cannot accommodate parking on either side of the street. The entirety of the private streets will be required to be labeled as no parking per the Meridian Fire Department recommendations. Each unit will be required to meet the off-street parking standards, and staff encourages the developer of the site to include provisions within their HOA bylaws that prohibit garages being used as storage. This would help alleviate some of the parking issues seen throughout the city, and especially in the areas where no on-street parking is allowed. The applicant is showing guest parking along Compass Lane totaling 13 additional spaces. Lot 6, Block 3 is proposing 6 guest spaces. Lot 2, Block 2 is proposing 7 guest spaces. Both are within a common lot. However, staff is not qualifying these areas as open space. 5-foot attached sidewalks are proposed along both sides of the main entrance on one side of all internal private streets. Sidewalks are not required when constructing private streets. There is no existing sidewalk along Victory Road or Locust Grove. Only a portion of a 10-foot sidewalk along the southeast of South Locust Grove Road is proposed with this project because both arterial streets are currently under construction to be widened as part of the roundabout project at this intersection by ACHD. A 25-foot landscape buffer is required adjacent to East Victory and South Locust Grove Roads. Both are designated as arterial streets. The buffer should be landscaped per the standards in the UDC and placed into a common lot that is at least 25 foot wide. In most cases, the common lot should also contain the detached sidewalk required along all arterial roadways, but in the case a portion of the sidewalk abutting the site will be built with the ACHD roundabout project. The applicant is constructing the remaining portion of the sidewalk on the southeast property boundary adjacent to South Locust Grove. The landscape plan depicts a 10-foot sidewalk connecting to the 10-foot sidewalk to be constructed by ACHD. The submitted landscape plan and preliminary plat depict a landscape buffer. The correct number of trees appear to be shown on the submitted plans. The plan appears to meet the standards in the UDC. Common open space site and amenities, a minimum of 15% or 1.06 acres based on 7.0 acres. Qualified open space is required to be provided in this development per the standards listed in the UDC. An open space exhibit was submitted that depicts 2.22 acres of common open space for the development, with 1.06 acres of this area as qualified open space. The minimum amount of qualified open space required is 1.06, approximately 46,174 square feet. There are 4 main open space areas proposed within the Compass Point. The centralized open space includes a sitting area, a pickleball court, a pocket park near the entrance will have a gazebo with a picnic area, plaza, and sitting area, dog park with sitting area and wrought iron fencing, and linear open space along the northern boundary next to the 10-Mile Creek. The open space for this development is vastly made up of the 10-Mile Creek easement, and there are arterial street buffers. All of this area is qualifying, but the 10-Mile Creek will be left natural and will be a buffer and more of a visual amenity rather than usable open space for this development. Due to the peculiar shape of the site, staff finds the proposed open space satisfy the UDC requirements. However, staff recommends the applicant submit a revised open space exhibit that aligns with the landscape plan, illustrating the vehicle turnaround, the 25-foot landscape buffer requirement, and the 10-foot sidewalk connection along South Locust Grove Road. Based on the area of the proposed plat, which is the 7.08 acres, a minimum of 1 qualified site amenity is required to be provided per the standards in the UDC. The applicant has proposed 3 qualifying amenities in multiple locations: gazebos, a picnic area, seating around small plazas, pickleball court with a seating area, and dog park. The proposed amenities exceed the minimum UDC requirements, and staff find them to be applicable for a community of this kind due to the variety of activity levels that can be accommodated. The 10-Mile Creek runs along the western boundary of the site. The irrigation easement is depicted on the plat, and no encroachments are allowed within this easement. The landscape plan depicts a landscape buffer that looks to be at least 5 feet in width adjacent to the irrigation easement line on the landscape plan. All fencing is required to comply with the UDC standards according to the submitted landscape plan. The applicant is proposing 3 types of fencing throughout the site: 6-foot vinyl solid fencing, 6-foot wrought iron fencing, and 4-foot wrought iron fencing. The landscape plan appears to be in compliance with this requirement. There are 2 conceptual building elevations were submitted that demonstrate what future homes in this development will look like. The 2-story homes that include a variation of materials with a 2-car garage are proposed. These submitted elevations depict a number of different architectural and design styles with different materials of lap siding, shake stucco, differing colors, accents, roof profiles, and distinct windows and styles. So staff recommends that the applicant add additional stone or brick accents to the front of the homes to provide more of a variation of materials and provide additional elevations of the 2-story and single-story homes. Staff is recommending a condition of approval. The applicant vary the build 2 lines along the northern boundary within the development to eliminate any monotonous wall plane. And this should occur with every 3rd structure showing a different wall plane, which they have sent revised plans showing us how that would look on the right. And a condition of approval of, just wanted to mention, of the final plat application shall not be submitted until the intersection improvements are substantially completed by ACHD, which they are currently under construction now. Commission did recommend approval, and the summary of the public hearing is in favor was Steve Arnold. In opposition was none. Commenting was Steve. Written testimony is none. No key issues, no discussion, no key issues of discussion by commission, no changes to the staff's recommendations, and no outstanding issues for city council. And there is not any written testimony since the commission hearing. I also wanted to share with you ACHD's 5-year work plan so you could see what was planned around that area. Okay. Well, for some reason, I'm having a hard time bringing it up. Why it's not coming up. This.
All right, we will go ahead and call the applicant up and we find the 5-year work plan. I think I know it off the top of my head,
Get it.
but
Oh,
yeah.
okay, here we go. Sorry, it was right in front of me and I didn't notice it. So this is ACHD's 5-year work plan in this area along for the road improvements, just so you could see what's going on with what dates. And the Locust Grove roundabout is 2023, which is currently under construction on Locust Grove. There's also the Locust Grove and Victory Road bridge that is construction year is 2023. And on Victory, we also have the roundabout on this side that is currently under construction in 2023. So I just wanted to let you see that.
It will all be done within the month, we hope.
And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stacy. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you, Stacy. Apologize if I missed this, but with the additional parking, because there's not parking permitted on the streets, how was that analyzed in terms of parking that will be used for common area and then additional parking used for guest spaces? Are they meeting that requirement or exceeding it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro, so they're not actually required to have this parking. It's addition to, because there isn't a clubhouse or any other sort of thing that would require us to approve more parking. It was added in as extra for visitors.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Yeah. Welcome.
Feels good right here. For the record, Steve Arnold, I'm with 18 Land Consultants, 1785 Whisper Cove, Boise, 83709. I'm gonna hit it real quickly on the parking. We do have 2 garage stalls and then 2 stalls outside of the garage. So for additional parking. And then the additional parking, the real guest parking, we've got the 13 stalls and got 1 or 2 handicap spaces in there as well. So kind of give you an overview for those who didn't see this the last time. This was denied by P&Z, then approved by P&Z, and tabled, and then denied by council. So this has been here before, and I'll go through what we've done to hopefully have addressed some of the concerns. So one of the biggest ones was the number of units, and we dropped it more than half. The other big hang up was the type of building. The council at the time didn't feel that townhomes in that vicinity were appropriate. This time around, we're doing a straight R8 zone. We're not doing the R15 or a PUD. So that said, we're not asking for any kind of reductions in setbacks or variances from code. Stacy mentioned all the amenities. I won't go through that again, as well as the sidewalks. Since we've been here, it's ACHD basically used our site to help construct the intersection. All the buildings, all the trees have been demoed. So we're basically dealing with a flat site now. I won't go through fencing. Stacy hit that. All the utilities are at the site, and we will be extending all public utilities into each lot and along with PI. Stacy went into the private road. We will have CCNRs to help govern a lot of the things. As Stacy brought up tonight, we'll have a section in there that discusses about storage in the garages. One thing that wasn't discussed is we have worked with VRT since the last time we had met, and we do have a bus pullout. So that's one of the different things, along with just all the single family. Here was the original site plan. There's a lot busier, basically towns again. Here's the new one with the landscape plan that shows all the landscaping that we're putting in. And then here's the preliminary plat that we've modified since the time of P&Z making all the requested changes. You've seen the elevations. So I'm trying to keep this quick. It's past all of our bedtimes. The project conforms with city code, the comp plan, and we've made all the staff recommendations and council requests. And we've taken in all the neighborhood concerns. For those of you not familiar with the project, we are building out all the lots. So the plan is to build the units and then sell the homes. Basically, we're an infill. We're now surrounded by development. The 3 main areas, previous concern was traffic, the intersection timing, the product type, and density, and that's all been resolved. So that said, we asked for your approval, and that was quick.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant? Councilman Borton.
More of a comment. Getting denied stinks.
Yeah.
Certainly in the short term. But prep for this application, I think this is a great example of good denial, which led to a much better, really did. Going through the difficult earlier steps you described, project much better than. Appreciate the hard work, the changes that you made into it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Gavner.
I echo Councilmember Borton's comments, Steve. I know I was really critical about this project when it was before us. I had some real challenges with it, and I just want to thank you and credit you and your team for coming back, improved application. I do have one question for you. And, you know, I think public streets have a place, and I think that they probably make sense here in this project. My question is, would you be willing to put a condition on yourself to prohibit short-term rentals from being used in this project? The reason why is that I worry about an influx of vehicles and potentially life-saving measures being limited because of the access challenges. And I don't know if that's something that you guys have considered. That's not a prohibition you'd be willing to put on yourself. I just think it's something that I appreciate that you are developing and are going to sell the homes. There'll be a point in time where you guys will be gone. And I worry about some of the impact that your future home buyers may face that they were unprepared for because they were dealing with a public street.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, we originally talked to ACHD trying to do public streets. And ACHD is now taking the stance, which is different from when I was there, that if the street only serves the one property, they require private. So originally we did come in, and now we had a little bit of flexibility that we may have been able to do public, but again, we're flat out told no. And in regards to the short-term rentals prohibiting, I don't know how that would look, and I really don't know how that can be enforced, and that's maybe a question for Bill.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, a few years ago, there was a case that went to the Idaho Supreme Court that then went up to the legislature regarding short-term rentals. And what they decided, the Idaho legislature decided, is that if you're going to have a short-term rental, it has to be at the outset of the development. So from the very first initial one, and again, you should talk to separate counsel, but my understanding of the code was it only allowed it if it was the outset of the development from the beginning. What had happened in that prior case, they had changed the rules after the development had been implemented, and the Supreme Court agreed with it, and the Idaho legislature overruled that by changing the code and requiring it. But they also placed stronger restrictions on cities from restricting short-term rentals. So we have a much more limited ability to restrict short-term rentals unless we do it citywide, which we do not currently do. And we have limitations on what we can even do, even if we do it citywide. So the city can't currently prohibit that type of use, but the property owner who develops the property does. And again, I would consult with your own counsel to verify that that's the case, but that's my recollection of the way the code was drafted.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Mr. Neri, can you clarify when you mean setting that up from the outset? You're talking about the covenants and restrictions would have to say from the outset that is a limitation and they can't be amended in the future. You're not saying that the property owner would have to start using it as an Airbnb immediately upon occupancy.
No, I
To
think
clarify that.
again, I would clarify with your own counsel, but I believe both the articles to incorporate, to create the LLC, normally that is the business entity that essentially is the corporation that is the HOA. And then the CC&Rs that go with the HOA would also all need to reflect that use is prohibited. Now, again, that becomes an enforcement issue that HOAs have to deal with, but that's the only way in my recollection of that code that's allowed, because at the beginning, basically the legislature's rationale was if that's the way it was developed, that's okay. That's what you bought into. In the case that went to the Supreme Court, it was not developed that way. They changed the rules to prohibit it, and the Idaho Supreme Court upheld it, and the legislature overruled it.
Late.
Yeah, I think what I understand what Councilman Cavanagh is getting at, and I guess I would put it in this way. Now, this doesn't connect anything. it's almost like, can you put in a restriction, no Super Bowl parties, no housewarming parties, no Christmas parties? Because there's no safe place for people to park if you have more than 15 people come over to your home nearby. I mean, you're have to drive to another neighborhood and then walk in or down. I'm not gonna say it's not impossible, but there's nothing else around here. So hopefully your product and the people, that's something someone's gonna deal with at some point in time. And like I said, we could open up our well site across the street to allow public parking, because that might be the best option outside of anything else in that area. But it's just gonna be it's gonna be an island, in that regard. So that's my bigger process. I couldn't do my Christmas party here if I lived in this area because there's not enough parking.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
So Steve, we've seen a lot of private street applications lately, and not all of them are as narrow as 24 feet. So my question for you is the same I ask every applicant. When there are HVAC trucks, furniture delivery trucks, garbage trucks, and every other kind of vehicle that's large, where do they park? Let's say that there's a delivery coming in and they're delivering flooring or something, and they're going to be there 2 or 3 hours. Where do they park? Are they supposed to always park in the driveway? Because driveways may not be long enough to accommodate that. So where can those vehicles park? Because, I mean, I don't know about you, but I live in a neighborhood where there's an Amazon truck, a Norco truck, a furniture delivery truck, an HVAC truck, all on the same public street at the same time frequently. And that's a public street with plenty of parking. So help me understand how those vehicles, which are becoming more and more frequent as we have more delivery options to our home, where did they go, and where would they be guided to park in the development?
Mayor Simpson, Councilman Pearl. We could, let me look at the site plan here. I mean, if that's a serious concern, we could blow out some areas for open space for loading and unloading parking. I'm not on the wrong one. And or let's say widen out the roadway near the pickleball court. I have some space in there, and we could have a loading and unloading area or something like that. But going back to parking, so that was one of the things why we did add quite a bit of additional parking that we didn't need. It was just for the guests that come.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
We had an application a few months ago that where there was just concerns about the amount of dualies and long trucks. And I mean, a lot of them don't fit on a regular standard size driveway. They don't fit in a garage. And so we just recommended, setting apart some specific spots that are extra long. And that might be something you want to consider, in addition to having 1 or 2 loading and unloading spaces that are large enough for a commercial vehicle. I think that really, that's one of the very serious considerations I imagine that the fire department has, is that those vehicles tend to be the ones that stop and park in front of a home because they assume they're going to be there for 20 minutes, and sometimes they're there for 2 or 3 hours, just depending on the situation. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, to follow up on that too, I don't think I mentioned, and it wasn't brought up tonight, even though we don't need the fire access, we are still proposing that. I think that, and it's going out to Victory Road. I think, it wasn't required by fire, but it makes a nice connection for pedestrians, and it doesn't hurt anything. So we are adding the extra fire access.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We do have one person online. I don't know if they signed up in advance to testify. What? Yeah. Okay, well, if there's anybody online that would like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. They are not raising their hand. There's no one else in the room. Would the applicant like to make any final comments?
No, I have no additional comments and I'll answer any additional questions.
Okay, council to you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to find out before Steve leaves, do you want us to continue? We could continue.
Put me behind the last one, the next one on the 25th.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Administrator.
Steve, you really did improve it. I'm happy with some of the changes. I appreciate the reduction in density, and this is a tough shape to work within. So I feel for you, and thanks for hanging with us through the process. I don't mind making a motion unless we want to keep. Okay, Mr. Mayor, wait, has he made the final comments yet?
Yes, he has.
Oh, it's getting so late. Mr. Mayor,
Council Administrator.
move that we close a public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Administrator.
appreciate all the changes made here. Thanks, Councilman Overton. He's the best. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2023-0011 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Motion a second to approve item 6. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
Burrow, Cavanagh,
Aye.
Borton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to. Thanks, Steve. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 7, which is ordinance number 23-2022. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance to deliberate, sorry. An ordinance repealing Title 7, Chapter 3, Meridian City Code regarding motor vehicle emission control and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it read in its entirety?
Mr. Mayor?
Hearing none, Councilman Emersoneri.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I don't want to read it in its entirety. I do want to just make it clear for the public record because I've seen a lot of news reports. So the Air Quality Board has repealed this based on a DEQ recommendation. So it is no longer going to be required in Ada County as of July 1st. If you had a requirement to have your car tested by June 30th, it still is required to be tested. So, and all the same rules apply to that one. So if it's June 30th, you have to still test it. If it's July 1st, you don't. So I just wanted to make sure if someone were to be watching this at some point, understand that this is not a get out of jail free card today. It's next month.
Thank you. Councilman Cavanagh? Do you have any comments? Oh, okay. Any further questions or comments? If not, quick, we'll call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, did we make a motion for the ordinance?
Sorry, I apologize.
No
It's
worries.
late. Yeah.
I want to
yeah.
lose my chance.
Who would like to repeal this? Would like to cut government?
I changed my mind. I want it read in its entirety. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 23-2022.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-2022. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Borton, Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, at the end of future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor, tonight's discussion got me thinking, this bookstore with the wine and beer and the 300-foot deal in Old Town. I'm thinking that maybe some future meeting topic is the law offices have to locate farther than 300 feet from a school because, litigation is not the answer to everything, lawsuits. So we might have to take a look at that in the future.
Mr. Mayor,
Duly noted.
if I
Councilman Pro.
remember correctly, Borton Lakey took over a bookstore with a coffee shop So we do need to watch out for those attorneys.
With that, do I have them? We don't need to vacate item 8, do we? Mr. Neri? We don't need to vacate item 8. Okay, then do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, we're adjourned.